To order, can you conduct the roll?
Yes, I can. Supervisor McGordy?
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Chair Jurdy?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Would someone like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure.
Okay, Glenn, go ahead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
He's got, I have a conspiracy theory.
Okay, thank you.
Like 50 of them.
Next thing on our agenda is proclamations. I don't know if we have any proclamations that are going to be read out specifically today or not. Go ahead, Glenn.
I don't have one, but I want to apologize. We should have had one for Black History Month. The contributions of African Americans to our country, past, present, and future, are amazing. And we should have noted that, and it should have been something that we put on our agenda. And hopefully in the future, we did?
We did. February 9th.
Well,
Thank
why
you
keep it, why
for noticing.
Yeah. Why do we keep getting emails saying we haven't? And I want to apologize then for speaking out of turn.
So, Supervisor Mulhern, I think you placed it on the agenda. I think it was on the consent calendar, so maybe it was overlooked. But thank you, Supervisor Mulhern, for placing that on the agenda. Okay, all right. Well, then that takes us to public expression. Members of the public can comment on items that are not on the agenda. And do we have any members of the public who wish to comment at this time?
Yes, we do.
First on the line is Patrick Hickey.
Great. Good morning, Chair Jurdy, members of the board, Executive CEO Carmel Angelo. My name is Patrick Hickey. I'm the field representative with SEIU Local 1021, and I'm here this morning speaking on behalf of our chapter executive board. They wanted to express that, while you're focusing on a range of challenges facing Mendocino County, that they ask that you not lose sight of the importance on keeping on top of staff alignment. With the hundreds and hundreds of classifications we have here in Mendocino County, it's a daunting task. When the county took decisive action to address market wage rates here in Mendocino back in 2019, increasing salaries for hundreds of classifications, I think it was recognized at that time that there would be a need to do some fine tuning because of some of the distortions that might arise from these broad brush adjustments that took place. Staff obviously is quite appreciative of the steps, the dramatic steps that the board did take. But it was recognized at that time that there would need to be a look back and some tinkering to make sure that things were aligned properly. This is something that Human Resources has been focused on. But obviously, with another round of major fires and a worldwide pandemic, this effort has moved down the priority list. And I'm here this morning just to ask that despite everything, that you support Human Resources efforts to make these adjustments to deal with these necessary alignment issues. This includes classifications that historically had been aligned but are starting now to diverge. Supervisors who are starting to get passed up by staff that they supervise, and other positions that are just not keeping pace with the broader cross-section of classifications. This includes positions like the deputy tax collector, treasurer, employment and training specialist, the revenue recovery specialists, and quite a few other positions as well. So when Human Resources does bring this issue to you, I do encourage you to pay close attention. As you and the staff of the county have been working so hard to deal with all the challenges that we're facing, dealing with the issues like this that might seem not as important are really crucial to keep up staff morale and keep people moving in a positive direction. So with that, thank you for your work, and look forward to continuing to work with you all.
Next on the line is Sheriff Matt Kendall.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, Chair Jurdy and members of the board. I wanted to just take a quick opportunity to speak with you regarding the mix-up which occurred with the Prop 64 grants. The fact we had two agencies in competition for this grant in Mendocino County, and the right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing, could have caused some pretty big issues for us. Both grant opportunities were absolutely worthy endeavors, and I think we owe a little bit of gratitude to our CEO, Carl Angelo, for some quick work to make sure that one of these was able to be submitted. I just wanted to get on the record in future opportunities for grant funding. I'd like you as the board to commit to myself and the people in Mendocino County that public safety will take priority on these future grants. I've spoken with you on several occasions, and we all agreed that more personnel and enforcement is necessary to combat the issues we're currently dealing with a lot of illegal activities with drug trafficking organizations and things that have come to this county that we simply haven't seen before. Supervisor Williams recently pointed out that we seem to have a lack of enforcement against drug trafficking organizations in Mendocino County. He's absolutely correct. And without funding and dedication to the goals, I'm afraid that this is going to continue. And therefore, I believe that we have to prioritize future public safety grants will be sought, and we'll work towards those goals together. Anyway, thank you very much.
Next on the line is Anna Stockel.
Hi, good morning. Anna Stockel. I've got three things. This is the first of my public expression this morning, and it's regarding the abatement, the provision for abatement of hazardous vegetation and combustible material to reduce fire hazards, which was on the last meeting's agenda, where I also contributed to public expression saying there should be public outreach first before code is enacted, but it was unanimously passed to move forward. And I feel frustrated that the board is out of touch with your constituents. I have 5.5 acres in Cleone, and I cannot access 1.7 of those acres. And some of the vegetation on those 1.7 acres might be considered hazardous vegetation and combustible material. A rough estimate to access that area to build a trail and possibly remove any would be in the order of about $20,000. But this is natural vegetation to this area. It's a lot of black raspberries and some other vegetation that could be very well considered hazardous. And if any neighbor decides that they're unhappy with it, I'm quite frankly screwed. Why should I have to remove native vegetation to meet this ordinance? I would like to continue this conversation with the board, please, to understand the situation that I'm in. And I know of somebody north of me who's in the same situation who can't access some of their property. So I would very much like to continue the conversation with the board. And Supervisor Jurdy, I've sent you 20 emails in the last year to which you have not responded. And I'm going to send you one on this. And I would like to get your response so that we can work further on what we can do about natural vegetation on people's properties, you know, who have enough property that they cannot access it. And Sorry, I didn't write my comments well enough, but you get the idea. So please respond to me and let's work together.
Next on the line is Priscilla Tarver.
Yes, hi. My name is Priscilla Tarver, and I am a member of the local SEIU 215 union for the IHSS caregivers and providers. We wanted to basically update you on what was happening because in 2019, we had negotiated a $5,000 training fund for IHSS providers. And of course, because of COVID, we were unable and delayed at the time to be able to do any presentations for the training. However, we have formed a training committee by and for the IHSS members and providers, and they have been working on presenting a first training here in the near future, and that will be regarding the universal precautions and the infection control. We have been trying to get trainings for our providers for a long time, and this was really a blessing to have this negotiation become positive for us. We are also seeking input from other community organizations who may be interested in partnering up with us or have an interest in sharing some ideas for trainings for us. And we would like to be able to have them contact us. Our union representative is Raul Gardia at 617, area code 707, 617-0129. And as everybody knows, we work with a very vulnerable population, could be some of your family members as I'm speaking. So we're very interested in getting community input and even partnership for anybody that has a stake in the health and well-being of this vulnerable population. So we just wanted to update you, let you know that we are making good use of our negotiated amount for training fund, and just let you know we're still here, out here in the public doing work for all of your family members or friends and neighbors. So thank you very much for your time.
That concludes public comment for this item, or public expression.
Okay, and I think you might want to note that we do have some written correspondence that was given to the board as well. That then takes us to consent calendar. Are there any items that board members would like to pull for discussion, or Supervisor McGordy?
Just clarification, item 4S.
Okay. Why don't you ask your question right now?
Sure. So I just wondered why we have armed guards for people in quarantine.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I could answer that quickly if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not sure if there's anybody else on the line, because there are times we need to have someone in quarantine and they refuse to stay. So in order to keep them in quarantine, we'll have a guard. Guard can't physically touch them. But if that person leaves quarantine, then the guard could notify us. And sometimes it's important to send public safety out after that person. So that's the reason. And it's not uncommon to have a guard for someone who doesn't want to stay in quarantine. I mean, it happens with COVID, and it's happened with tuberculosis and other contagious illnesses.
Okay,
I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
You did.
Do we have any other items to be pulled for consideration? Okay, not seeing any.
I would move approval of the consent calendar.
I will second that.
Okay, and I'm looking to the clerk of the board. Did our public comment under general items include consent calendar, or should we call for public comment right now on the consent calendar?
We need to call for public comment on the consent calendar.
Okay, go ahead.
The first comments will be for item 4F. None of the callers who registered for 4F are on the line, so we're going to move down to 4K. The first caller on the line is Anna Stockel.
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm confused. So I had submitted 3 public expression comments, but now we're on the consent calendar. So I guess I'm confused, but my next comment is my follow-up from last week's public expression. Oh, now I've lost the comments because I was trying to email to find out why I didn't get my comment in. The follow-up on the, I'm going to have to find it. The trailer code, section 20.168.040, use of trailer coach. And by the way, your video playback is 10 seconds behind the timer. So I didn't get my comments in the 3 minutes. I just want to continue that the county has denied to me a business license because of the violation of 20.168.040, but I can't find anything in the code that supports that. Because I've been unable to get a business license, I have missed 2 grant cycles to the Mendocino Coast Chamber of Commerce, and it's limited when I can sell. This makes no sense. I need income to move forward with filing building plans. There are many great reasons to be allowed to live in my tiny home, which is my trailer. My carbon footprint is climate positive. It is 1.5 metric tons per year, but the farm sequesters carbon, which is what makes me climate positive. The global target to combat global warming is 2.0. The average footprint for people in the United States is 16.49. I need to be sure when I build a structure that I don't pass 2.0, and that's going to take a lot of planning. I don't think climate change is accounted for in any of the building codes in Mendocino. Why is it the Board of Supervisors has ignored my pleas to review the situation and modify the code? And why is it that Mendocino County thought the best course of action was to serve me court papers, which I've now found out when I looked at the agenda at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm on in the private meetings this afternoon. And I've submitted an e-comment to that I hope you read, but it's not well thought out because I didn't realize it till 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to continue to send emails against the case against me to constructively discuss how to move forward with modifying the code in the future with what makes sense. I look forward to finally getting a response. I will submit public response in the next supervisors meeting so that all the constituents can hear what progress has or has not been made. Thank you.
Next on the line, we have Lynn Zimmerman for item 4F.
Okay, good morning. My name is Lynn Zimmerman, and I'm addressing the Board of Supervisors this morning, representing the Library Advisory Board. In my role as chair, I was under the impression that today was the day that Pearl Watts would be honored with a proclamation for her service in the Coast Community Library. I'm a little surprised, I guess you could say, because I did hear that it would be on the consent agenda today, and I haven't heard it. However, I'm going to go ahead and read my very quick comment regarding that. The Library Advisory Board is very pleased that Pearl Watts is being honored today for her tremendous contributions to the Coast Community Library over decades. Her contributions contribute to the well-being of the South Coast community and its citizens. Her leadership in procuring a historic building to house the library, in restoring that building, and in raising funds to retrofit that building have been a great and lasting gift and a model of citizen leadership. Pearl's work over decades to both provide a building and also to provide services to the citizens of the coast community, the South Coast, are just really quite remarkable. So we are very pleased that she was to be honored this morning with a proclamation. I hope that we will see that proclamation either later today or get a date when we can come back and honor her with the proclamation. Thank you.
The next comments are for item 4M.
Before we go on, I have a question for Chair Jurdy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, would we like to read the proclamation at this point? I'm having a little bit difficulty getting it up on my screen at the same time as Zoom, but I do think it would be appropriate.
Okay. It's going to take me a minute to pull it up. Can someone else pull it up and read the proclamation?
Here, I have it ready if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors, recognizing the service of Pearl Watts on the Library Advisory Board of Mendocino County on her long leadership in the Mendocino Coast Community Library. Whereas Pearl has played a pivotal role in developing and establishing the Mendocino Coast Community Library and has supported the Mendocino County Library System for fully 20 years. And whereas Pearl joined the Library Advisory Board as the City of Point Arena representative in 2017, where she has been a tireless advocate for all branch libraries within the Mendocino County Library System. And whereas Pearl served as president of the Coast Community Library Board from 2001 through 2005. During these years, she oversaw the appeal for funds to purchase the historic building on Main Street, the present site of the Coast Community Library, and oversaw the complete restoration of the building, which opened to the public in 2004. And whereas Pearl served on the steering committee for the Yes on Measure A campaign in 2011 to ensure that all libraries in Mendocino County would have adequate funding to provide services to its citizens. And whereas Pearl provided leadership in an appeal for funds for the seismic retrofit of the Coast Community Library, which was completed in 2016. She was the driving force in raising hundreds of thousands of dollars from the community within a period of a few months. And whereas Pearl demonstrated hands-on leadership to support the libraries in Mendocino County. No task was too small for Pearl's participation, from painting the walls of the Coast Community Library during its restoration to attending Board of Supervisors meetings to represent the concerns and interests of the Mendocino County Library Advisory Board. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby honors Pearl Watts for her dedication to the public good through her tireless work for the Coast Community Library and for all branch libraries in the Mendocino County Library System through her work on the Mendocino County Library Advisory Board.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Mulhern, for reading that in the record. Okay, do we have any other public comments on consent calendar items?
Before we go on, Mr. Chairman, can I just make a request? When we have proclamations, can we please read them rather than just put them on the consent calendar?
That's up to the board. They do take up time, and so if a supervisor puts a proclamation on the board's consent calendar and wishes to read it, they could. I think they should bring it up before the meeting. But I don't know that we really need to read every single proclamation at the beginning of the meeting. But it's up to the board.
Chair Jurdy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you. In regards to Supervisor McGordy's comments, I guess that's a call that we need to make, with each proclamation. Is sometimes it's good just to make note that there is a proclamation and we can direct people to it. and other times it's good to read the whole thing. So I think it's at our discretion.
Well, I would encourage us to at least acknowledge that we have proclamations in the consent calendar. And then when it's personal like this, I think when it's someone who's given service to our community, it's worth saying something.
Okay, I will try to acknowledge them at the beginning of the consent calendar, and if a supervisor wants it read, I'd request that they give me a heads up ahead of time in advance of the meeting.
Okay, that sounds totally workable.
Do we have any other comments on the consent calendar?
Yes, we do. The following comments are for item 4M.
On the line is Ron Edwards.
Yeah, I actually was on for public expression, and I'm a little frustrated because this is the second meeting in a row that I've wanted to speak on public expression, but was not called upon. Thank you. Unless this is an appropriate time.
Since you wanted to speak on public comments, go ahead.
Okay, a little short, but a follow-up. I think the county's having an issue around certain issues regarding race, that people were not aware of the public proclamation that the board made for Black History Month. This is not the board, but the issue in Willits, and the issues around the sheriff's department with the picture of the African-American man in cuffs, the very insensitive comment that the sheriff made about he blacked the face out. But it was clear from the suspect's hands of who and what the race of that person was. Following through with the web service person, I think that the board might want to, take a step back and look at how all of these things combined create a perception. It's easy to look at one item at a time and say, well, that was just that. But when you start looking back at all of these things that the county is facing, I think that it might be time to think about these issues a little bit more. Especially get some response back from the sheriff on both the web hire and the photo of the gentleman in the zip ties, because being silenced is complicit. And unless this is spoken and addressed, the public is just left thinking that this is just par for the course. Thank you very much.
And Chair Journey, if I may just make a comment, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to let the public know that when registering for telecomment, it is important to acknowledge whether or not you want to speak on public expression or public comment, which would be related to an agenda item, and make that distinction when you register for telecomment. Thank you.
Do we have any additional public comment?
Yes, we do.
On the line is Caitlin Morgan. For item 4S.
Ms. Morgan, you can press *6 to unmute.
Oh, all right. Hi, good morning. My name is Caitlin Morgan, and I am interested to speak to you guys about 4S. I do appreciate the board member that actually asked a question about this, as I think there are a lot of questions to be asked about this. Specifically, this is, of course, the requesting consent to increase the total amount of the contract agreement from $174,720 to $374,720 $720 for the armed guard services that you guys specified was for Whitmore Lane in Ukiah. It's disturbing to me because as a member of the community, I had no idea that we were actually using that surge protection or surge capacity site. And it is disturbing that there are armed guard services that are worth nearly $400,000. And I just wanted to know where I can find documents, materials that support a decision to increase this amount. This contract, it began last August 2020, and it was set to, end in August 2021. So the increase of $200,000 during that term really, as a public or member of the public, it doesn't make sense. So is there anywhere you guys can direct me in order to find such materials that could support a decision? And or is there any materials available to the public to know what is actually going on at Whitmore Lane? How is it helping us as a community? What is it doing for us? And those are the things that I would like responses on. Thank you.
So I would ask that during the COVID update, perhaps we have some staff that could go into greater detail about the hours of service for the security and the number of people who have been placed in isolation at Whitmore Lane.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards for item 4AC.
Ron Edwards, can you please unmute your microphone?
Yes, I wanted to support the redlining of the item. Just wanted to place my support on that one. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for the consent calendar.
Okay, do we have any items that board members would like to pull separately, or would someone like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
I have a comment in response to some of the public comment about the armed guard concern.
Go ahead.
And I think it would be appropriate. It's been a while since we've discussed it. At maybe at a future meeting, we could get a more thorough update on where it's been used and what the costs have been to date. But I think it is well-founded. Using our own law enforcement is expensive. We don't have the resources to spare. And when you have somebody with COVID who's been told to isolate and they're running around the community, likely spreading it, I think that is a concern that needs to be addressed. And this, back when this was originally brought up, it looked like this was the most cost-effective way to remedy that risk. And with that, I would move to approve the consent calendar.
Supervisor Jurdy, Supervisor Williams has already moved the recommended action, and then Supervisor McGordy did second it.
Okay. Supervisor Hashtag, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about the security guards too, and I guess it is a big increase, and I would like to know from CEO Angelo or Dr. Corin how many people we have who are needing that kind of security to stay in place. Is that constant? Is it like every day for the last year? And how much of that money is being reimbursed by CARES funding?
Is Dr. Corin in the Zoom meeting?
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. Ms. Emery is prepared to answer these questions during the COVID update.
Clerk of the board is just bringing them into the meeting. Don't be just a moment. And we have Becky Emery and Dr. Andy Corin on the line.
If I may, through the chair. Currently, we have 24-hour security offered at Whitmore. The security guards that are there are not armed guards. They do have some control measures, but they are not armed with firearms. They have been providing 24-hour security since the facility opened last August. And the initial costs on those were estimated less, as we hadn't expected the utilization of that facility to be the level that it has been. We've had fairly consistent utilization of the facility throughout the event since we opened it in August. And to date, the individuals we have housed there has been 94 different individuals. I am working on getting a bed count for those individuals, and I will have that later today in our update. Additionally, with those individuals that are with that funding, it is FEMA reimbursable. We have the documentation to support that. We will continue those supports. And the challenge that we have, as CEO Angelo shared, is that we have a significant population that does not always want to comply with isolation and quarantine. These individuals are recently released from jail. Some of these individuals have other challenges and needs that conflict with their compliance with the isolation and quarantine. Having the security guards there is not only for the safety and well-being of the staff that we have at the site, but also to ensure the safety and well-being of other individuals. We've had to secure medical transports for various individuals throughout the event for various reasons. The security on site has been able to help navigate those needs. They also respond very timely to any concerns that are raised and help de-escalate situations very quickly. And I'm available for further questions.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yes, thank you, Chair Jurdy. You said that when people are released from jail, that they might have to go there if they have COVID. I remember that when some prisoners were released from Chino State Prison and they came back here, at least one, that they had to be quarantined at Whitmore. Is that correct? Is that the type of situation we're talking about?
It could be. We have been evaluating those individuals. If they have a violent crime, we have been placing those individuals into an alternate site. But for individuals that have not had a violent crime or violent history, yes, we have placed those individuals at Whitmore. As I said, each individual is in their own rooms. They are not to leave their rooms. The security helps make sure that individuals have those supports and that that people do comply with the requirements.
Thank you.
And Becky, if I could, it might also be another example would be if someone was, say, had a family and there was no way to isolate from the family, then this would be an opportunity for them to go to another place where they could isolate or quarantine, I imagine.
Through the chair, yes, Supervisor Jurdy. We have absolutely had individuals that are not able to safely isolate in their homes. We've had individuals that don't have a place to isolate or quarantine. We've had individuals that can't quarantine away from other family members due to health risks of other members in their household. We've had foster youth that needed a place to safely isolate or quarantine. We've had a variety of individuals at the facility. And the security guard is really there to help ensure the safety and well-being of everyone at the facility.
Okay. All right. Does that answer questions for now? Is the board satisfied with that? And then we'll get additional information during the COVID update.
Just one more quick question. Is that the only place where people are isolated if they have no place to go for quarantine?
through the chair. We have alternate sites as well, depending on, as I said, we do screen individuals if they have violent records. We have been placing those individuals into hotels and have worked very closely with probation and parole to ensure ongoing safeguards for those individuals as well.
Okay. I'm not seeing any additional questions. Are there any other questions on this item? Okay. Thank you, Becky. Okay. I guess it'd be time for roll call on the consent calendar.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Chair Jurdy, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. Before moving on, we do have a closed session request for telecomment.
Okay, go ahead.
On the line is Anna Stockel.
Oh, hi. You guys surprised me. I wasn't sure when I was going to be able to speak. Let me pull up my last comment, because I was just emailing Mr. McDissey about my displeasure that I was not notified that I was actually on your closed meeting calendar today as the first item. And I realized it at 3:30 in the morning when I checked the agenda, because I couldn't sleep. So I'm stalling because I didn't know I was going to be called on. So let me find my comments. I was blindsided seeing this on the agenda today, especially because I've been trying to communicate with both Michael McDissey and John Burks, and then I see my name on the agenda. So I hastily wrote an e-comment that I hope that you read during your meeting, your closed meeting, and I don't even know what's going to happen. I've been in the dark about this process the entire time, despite all of my conversations with Mr. McDissey and some with now John Burke and Burks, sorry. And my response isn't very organized. I don't have an attorney and I can't afford one. I've been trying to represent myself. Apparently, I was supposed to file some sort of pleading during the California Regional Stay-at-Home Order. I have not left my home here since going to the ER on December 1st to be treated for a concussion and another medical condition that's in the e-comment that I would like to keep confidential and not publicly express it. 2 other medical conditions. Apparently, a default has been filed with the court. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but apparently there might be a possibility I could be forcibly removed from my home, which means who feeds the animals and who maintains the farm and where would I go? So I have no idea what's going to be discussed or how I could possibly defend myself when it's a closed meeting. This trailer has been my tiny home for 4 years, and it was legal to live in Fort Bragg, but for some reason it's not on my property. I've written 22 emails to the Board of Supervisors to find a solution, and not a single one has been acknowledged. I had a meeting scheduled for Supervisor Jurdy to come out and look at my trailer on March 13th, 2020, and he canceled. I have since sent 20 emails to Supervisor Jurdy, and none of those have been answered.
That concludes public comment for closed session items.
Okay, thank you. I believe that takes us to item 5A, which is discussion and possible action, including an update on the COVID situation.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo, and in light of the time, I would like to go straight to Dr. Corin, if that's okay with the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, other members of the board, CEO Carmel Angelo. I'll start my report again, as usual, with the data. USA coronavirus cases number now 28,185,469, and the deaths have exceeded 500,176. In California, the cases are 3,446,611, and the deaths as of yesterday were 49,398. Here in Mendocino County, again, as of yesterday, the average daily new cases are 16, and they were decreasing rapidly. The 7-day positivity rate, according to the state snapshot tool, is 5.6. They calculate it on a 14-day average. The total cases here at this point are 3,786, of which 1,906 are Latino, representing 52% of the total, and Native Americans represent 8% of the total. That is 2 times, in both cases, their proportion of the population. In isolation currently are 85, and quarantined are 96. The deaths in our county from COVID now amount to 43. That's 4 more than 2 weeks ago, 2 from Mountain View, 1 Native American, 1 Hispanic. In the hospital, we are down to 1 on med-surg, 2 in the ICU, and 1 of those is from Tulare County. There are 2 Mendocino residents who are hospitalized out of county and 1 in rehab out of county. Mendocino remains, because of its case rate, in the purple tier, so there are no changes in the current restrictions. Current outbreaks, we have been able to close the outbreaks in the jail. There are 2 inmates that are still there, but they're not epi-linked. They were admissions, and so they don't extend the outbreak in the jail. Covelo Round Valley outbreak has been closed. Fort Bragg has been closed. Mountain View Senior Housing has grown to a large outbreak involving 23 residents and 8 staff. 2 were hospitalized and passed away. The outbreak largely was attributed to a delay in reporting a staff member. The delay in reporting a staff member who became positive, because that skilled facility sends their labs to Texas, and there's a significant delay, so that staff member worked for a full week transmitting her infection. We have begun with them some technical assistance and Binax Now testing, which they're doing alongside of their PCR send-out testing, but it gives them an immediate response to know who actually has turned positive. A new outbreak has been uncovered with the California Conservation Corps, involving 6 new cases. The CCC has their own testing procedures, and we have a call set up to discuss that with them. The causes of the outbreaks and cases in our community continue to be predominantly community spread, 44%, household spread is 27%, and congregate living 9%, and work 7%. Testing is what allows us to do contact investigation and tracing and mitigating outbreaks that are in the making, especially starting with people who may be asymptomatic. We have been able to keep the team well-staffed, adding more, including some bilingual volunteers. Statewide, the testing has been low, as it has been in Mendocino County. And part of that has also been a difficulty getting a contract with the state for the travel team going, because the contractors want only 1 town per day and want them there for 12 hours. They have finally agreed with negotiation to decrease the length of time to an 8-hour day, but that still leaves us only able to test each of our smaller towns less than once per month. We met with the board of the Solano lab last week and have a contract ready to sign. This is our new county lab, and we will be a participating member on that board. This week, our testing sites include Ukiah Fairgrounds, Sunday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Fort Bragg Vets Hall will be every Tuesday from 9 to 6. And there will be a rotation, as I mentioned above, involving Boonville, Covelo, Laytonville, Point Arena, and Willits. And those will be on Fridays, 9 to 6. Turning now to vaccines, our vaccine supply is still a major challenge, with the local health jurisdictions getting less than the multi-county entities and being unable to see all the allocations coming into the county to coordinate. However, we have developed a close relationship with Adventist Health, and they are now regularly telling us how much they have administered and where they want to have their clinics. They have also been open to suggestion recently to administer more in Willits and on the coast to address those older populations. Additionally, last year they informed us that they had heard from the state that they had to get rid of any vaccines they had reserved for second doses, and they had to do that within 2 days. They called us up, and we were able to help them distributing to our Mass Vax event and to other clinics that we have as partners in our county. Also, California Department of Public Health has developed a new formula with less going to the MCEs and more allocated to the local health jurisdictions to compensate. And also good news is that Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which will be the first single-dose vaccine, is going to begin to be reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration at the end of this week. And probably in the next month or so, we'll, if all goes well, begin to see some of those vaccines coming into our county. The accounting and reconciling that the state has required prior to getting into the administrator, Blue Shield, those platforms have continued to be a problem because of their various interfaces. It's incredibly frustrating with access granted sometimes in the morning and not available in the afternoon. However, we are working actively with the reps from the state and have gotten discrepancies to a much smaller number. Our partners are more regularly using all of the platforms. There are still some, though still some continue to have some difficulty with accessing, for example, supply accounting system, Vaccine Finder, as well as CalVax, which is now changing to MyCAVax. And we and our epidemiologists keep getting shut out of CARES or Snowflake, where we get data to understand where we are actually distributing the vaccines countywide according to the equity framework. CDPH and Accenture are working with Darcy Antle and Janine Miller and our epidemiologist, Sarah Maricos. We have a meeting scheduled with the third-party administrator, Blue Shield, on Monday, March 1st. And we will be discussing what their expectations are and who our community partners will be as we move forward under this new administration. As far as distribution goes, in spite of the challenges, Mendocino County continues to do very well getting out the vaccines, with about 22,000 total doses recorded at the state website. And I believe we know that there are some more than that. This is at least 14,000 first doses, which are distinct individuals administered as of February 22nd. That includes some of the pharmacy contract, but it is still missing some doses that were given last week. And that represents 20% of our population that is over 16 years old. The new system for signing up for appointments, My Turn, has been tested and worked well, except last week we had some bad experiences. Some non-county residents tried to jump into Mendocino to get vaccinated and became incensed and even unruly when their credentials were denied. This is supposed to get fixed soon at the state level. The hospital and their clinics and our rural clinic partners are focusing on vaccinating the elders. County Health Department and our clinic partners are focused primarily on vaccinating those with occupational exposures such as IHHS, schools, agriculture and food service workers who are among the most vulnerable, and they are mostly Latino population. To accomplish this, we coordinate with employers in the eligible industries and get them and ask them to schedule their workforce with our clinics. The county's safe mass vaccine events are serving several hundred people each time we have an event. The guidelines were recently updated, and we will be finishing, we'll continue to address and hopefully finishing all of the 1A tiers. We must work with IHSS and homebound people still who have been interested. Newly eligible education and childcare workers have been well covered. And there has been a recent focus on food and agriculture, which we have begun. I have just decreased the age of eligibility from 75 and older to 65 and older, which will represent another 12,830 individuals in our county. And this is because I got feedback from nearly all of the partners that the 75-year-old restriction was making it difficult to fill the appointments in some places. This has happened since Adventist Health has had several clinics in Ukiah and Willits and now on Mendocino Coast. Furthermore, on March 15th, the California Department of Public Health will be opening up vaccines to the very vulnerable populations with certain chronic diseases and disabilities of any age down to 16 years old. So I will propose this progression as well so we remain in sync with the state and our surrounding counties. Vaccine events this week include second dose clinics on the 23rd, tomorrow, and the 24th, but some first dose vaccines were received yesterday, I think, that were initially held up because of the Texas storms. And so we've added some first vax appointments, and the clinics may also add some first vax appointments this week. For the schools, our education sector is well vaccinated. One by one, the schools and school districts are sending in their safe reopening plans and safety checklists for the department to review and for approval prior to posting. We have gotten 3 of these requests: the Ukiah Unified School District, Fort Bragg Unified School District, and Leggett so far. And we are giving feedback as needed, and they are posting and submitting their plans to the state. Ukiah Unified School Board did open last week, and the Fort Bragg Unified School District is opening this week. We have provided technical assistance to help them arrange testing, which has been working well. Since our cases now average less than 25 per day on average, the waivered K through 6 schools can open. They start in a few grades and then increase after they've been approved and start opening, and can stretch their legs and feel how their precautions are working. The middle and high schools can begin to open once our case rate is less than 7 cases per day average for 2 weeks. That is the red tier. So we need to get those case numbers down for our schools as well as for businesses to begin the opening process. So everyone, vaccinated or not, please mask up, social distance, avoid gatherings large and small with anyone out of your household. And if there is any questions, I'll be here to respond to them.
Supervisor McGordy.
So Dr. Corin, I have something to offer. I have a close relative who's involved in WhatsApp, and they're working on applications for other countries to help people sign up. And there hasn't been an effort yet done here in the United States for Spanish-speaking people, but they would like to start one, and they'd be really happy to work with Mendocino County if they were interested, and it would involve WhatsApp picking up pretty much all the cost, but they'd have to work closely with the vaccination effort, and also somebody in the county who kind of understands the electronic interface, which perhaps Supervisor Williams would be a good person to talk to on that. And they would at least like to do a consultation with you because they realize the difficulty sometimes of reaching the Latino community, and they're willing to help if there's an interest.
Appreciate that offer. I'm going to turn this over to Darcy, who I see has come on and is responsible for this whole effort. So Darcy Antle, can you help with that?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair Jurdy, board members. Yes, we are working directly with the state. I have Tony Rakes from our IT department on as well. I think right now our best action forward is to continue working with the state to get their systems in place, and using My Turn will help in so many different ways, capturing the data. Once it's fully functioning and streamlined, I'll say, at the state. Tony, do you have something you would like to add to this?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Tony Rakes from Information Services. While the implementation of My Turn has been somewhat rocky, I have confidence that going forward we'll have a much more robust vaccination system that does accommodate for primarily Spanish speakers and has a robust contact method for them to sign up for notifications.
So we're fairly confident that this is under control.
Working with My Turn over the past, since their implementation roughly 2 weeks ago, we have weekly feedback meetings where they gather together the counties who are involved in this process. And we provide them user feedback, management feedback, and they are not only responsive to that feedback, but offer us transparent updates.
And does this work for people who are kind of phone only, who don't necessarily use the computer?
Absolutely.
Oh, go ahead, Tony.
To expand further on that, there is a dedicated call center for My Turn that takes calls and signs folks up who don't have access to either internet or an email address.
And is that user-friendly for Spanish-speaking people?
Yes, the first option it asks is if you would rather English or Spanish when you call in.
Again, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. I would just like to add, through the collaboration that Tony Rakes has been doing with the state, the bad experience that Dr. Corn spoke of yesterday, or just earlier, about last week, some of the out-of-county folks, Tony was able to provide that feedback and got that corrected with the state yesterday, I believe, Tony.
From the call center, from My Turn's call center signups, they have now, as part of their script for applicants, that they do not allow out-of-county residents or those that do not work in Mendocino County to sign up for our clinics. That still needs to be rectified programmatically, but we've taken some steps to mitigate that issue by making it fairly obvious that the clinics themselves are for county residents only. My hope is that fairly soon we'll have that corrected from the programmatic end so that we don't need to simply rename a clinic to show that it's for Mendocino County residents only, and then it will automatically identify those people and not allow them to sign up.
Thank you, Tony. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I think we've all heard a lot of criticism about the rollout of vaccines, and I've had a look up close and personal with the failures and the systems that are being used. And I have to give staff a lot of credit, and that extends to all of our partners that are involved in this rollout. If it were as simple as Mendocino County receiving the vaccines and then formulating a plan, we would have a much better system. We would have this thing orderly. We would have lists going. We wouldn't have people driving across the county hours. But that's just not what we've been given to work with. We've been told there are very specific state rules about how they're to be allocated, how we're to report, how our partners are to report. Staff doesn't know what'll arrive in a week. And so how do you plan a clinic a week out when you don't know what you can expect? And it varies greatly. I think Darcy can tell us, is it 5 or 6 computer systems the state has had us transition to over the course of a couple of months. 7. Even to the point of telling us, if you want to continue to get your vaccine supply, you're going to do this. We go to do this, and then they say, oh, you need to be trained before you can do it. Well, where do we get the training? You can't get the training. That'll be several weeks out. There are these requirements that it's just impossible to meet at every turn. And we get staff going down one direction. They feel pretty confident about it, and then the rug is pulled out. So, my take on the situation is we have to follow the state procedures, or we're going to get our supply cut for not collaborating. And we just have to support our people and understand there are compromises that are being made, and it won't be perfect. And number one priority is to make sure that we continue the flow going. This week, my count, which I think we're going to vaccinate 5,000 to 6,000 and a mix of first and second doses in 1 week. That's phenomenal. If we manage to keep this rate up, I think the frustration will drop over the next couple of months. As far as the reservation system and reaching everyone, it is a problem trying to ensure equity. We have people who are remote, don't have internet access, maybe English isn't their first language. They're just not as connected, and they're not having as equal of an opportunity. CC at Adventist tried reserving some spaces and advertising on the radio to reach a different audience than social media. On Sunday in Fort Bragg, halfway through the event, it was clear they weren't getting enough people. Radio wasn't an outreach method that would bring in a different set. And she asked me to post it on social media. I did. Within minutes, those faces were all gone. Social media does seem to be the best way to get the word out. But it has to be balanced with us ensuring equity by using other methods to reach a broader set of our population. So my bottom line, support staff on this. They're working incredibly hard with a system that's coming down from federal, the drug manufacturers, the state, that's very difficult.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a couple questions about the travel team for OptumServe, and I see in your report, Dr. Corin, about the rotation from Boonville, Covelo, Laytonville, Point Arena, Willits. So where can people find those sites? Because I don't know where it would be in Willits or Laytonville. So where is that listed? And how do people get notification about what week, which Friday they're going to be in each site?
So I'm going to defer that to Becky, because I think she knows more about this program, and understand that some of these negotiations have just been concluded, and so it may not be thoroughly worked out. But Becky, do you have some more insight?
Certainly. So I know that Deputy CEO Antle has been working on this as well, very diligently. To date, the state hasn't finalized our approvals. Once it is finalized, we will be posting it on our testing website, on our DOC testing availability page. We will also be including it on our Facebook page. So once that's finalized and we have that rotation and locations, we will be posting that information.
Okay, thank you. And do you know when that will be?
I believe we're hoping for the first week in March, but I will defer to Deputy CEO Antle.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Yes, we got our first approval letter for one of the remote sites just this morning from OptumServe, and this is for March 5th, and this will be in Boonville. I have not received the other officials. And again, we're going to 8 hours per day. And in that rotation, in Boonville, we do work with the fairgrounds. In Point Arena, it's the Vets Hall. In Willits, it's the Vets Hall. Laytonville, I believe, is the school. And Becky, I don't know the other. We do Vets Hall in Fort Bragg on Tuesdays, and then Covelo, I'm not quite sure of that location off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other updates? Supervisor Mulhern, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I just would like to thank Dr. Corin for adding the written report. I hope that that will be helpful for our partners in the media and for the public to have quick access to that data.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, thanks for that. And also just thanks to the team. The response is pretty awesome. We're proving to be extremely nimble and outpacing a lot of the counties around us and making sure that people are getting vaccinated. And you guys are doing a great job, and it's much appreciated by me and I'm sure the community in general.
Thank you. It really is a team effort. I mean, everybody is pulling 110%.
Oh, Darcy?
Yes, thank you. Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. I would like to report on two things just really quickly. Tracking the hours for the COVID event, I would just say we've done over 118,000 hours. And you think about that, that's a year. I mean, a year next week since we started all this work, and the team is still working strong. And we are reducing our hours every quarter to this, even with adding testing and with adding the vaccine. So I think our organization and our DOC work is improving, and we're getting better at the work that we've been doing. Also, a little different topic, but this is about the Oak and August fire. I would like to report that CHP will be in the county starting today to pull the VIN numbers from the vehicles that were burned in order to get those vehicles removed as debris when the state and feds are able to come in and actually remove the debris from the private property. So that concludes just a couple of things I had.
Okay, thank you. Does this conclude our report on COVID?
Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. Yes, it does.
Okay, all right, well, thanks everyone. And I think we're all relieved to see more and more of the vaccines getting out there, and hope that that relieves some of the anxiety in the public. Thank you. That takes us to item 5B, which is discussion possible action, including adoption of resolution recognizing the necessity of updated tsunami inundation maps. And the sponsor is the sheriff.
I'm sorry, I just walked back into the room. Are we discussing the Point Arena contract?
This is item 5B, which is the adoption, recognition of the necessity of updated tsunami maps.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, I have a little bit on that. The OES with our OES coordinator, Brent Blazer, has begun some work on that, and I will ask Brent to speak to that. He has much more information on it than what I do at this moment. He is on the line now. Thank you.
Okay, Brent, can you walk us through this?
Can you guys hear me? Because I just got kicked out of the meeting.
We can hear you. Your audio is not fantastic.
Can you hear me now or no? Because I just
You're better, yeah.
Yeah, so as you guys know, well, first, thank you, supervisors, executive staff, for having us on today and giving us some time to kind of talk to you about these issues. As you know, there's many threats that face the county, right? Fire, hazmat, of course, tsunami, we have coastline, and periodically you have to go through and reevaluate and look at what trends and things have changed, maybe the population, building, whatever it might be. And how one of these events might impact the county and or our residents. So periodically there's a requirement, and luckily we have great subject matter experts and a team with the state that has a geological, and they look at tsunamis and things. And of course, our federal partners in National Weather that help do a lot of the alert and warning and analysis when tsunamis actually happen. So we've been working together, partnering, and they have reevaluated all of the inundation areas for the coastline in California. And it's a periodic requirement. And essentially, we're doing this to make sure that we're updating our response plans and mitigation projects and things of what those impacts might be. And as technology gets better, of course, you have better ideas and better modeling of potentially where inundation areas might happen. So what we've done is working with Todd, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves because this is really a big lift the state's doing. We would be the second county to adopt the changes. Of course, Northern California, we have some really great partnerships and such. So they're going to kind of talk about specifically their requirements, the process that we went through, and then essentially us at the county, we vet and look at, as subject matter experts of this area, kind of looking at what, does that information make sense, right? Do we want to move this line? Will we see this impact in this area? Is there a building or a bridge or something like that that's changed over time? So we've been working through that. And then what we did before coming to the board today is we've worked with both the cities to work through their councils for adoption. Obviously, they have a vested interest in this. And then we've done a community group meeting and such too. And so we've collected input from different partners, make changes as we go. And what we'll do moving forward is after this is adopted is integrated into the hazard mitigation plan and any other response plans that the county has in years to come. And of course, do public outreach and information pamphlets to areas that might be, like we have little areas that residents are a little bit closer or maybe in the inundation area that they may not have been in before. Overall, there's not a lot of big changes. There's some areas that came out of the inundation area. There's some areas that went in. And then really the bigger impact from the big picture, if you would, is more inflow into the rivers. The modeling is a lot better imagery and such than we've ever had in decades past. So we have a little bit better idea of that, up the rivers, it would, this potential tsunami would go more upstream than what we had previously foreseen. With that said, I'm going to let this, Todd should be on the line from the state conservation. Todd, are you on there?
Yeah, I'm on here. Thank you, Brent.
Go ahead, Todd.
All righty. Well, I want to thank the board members and the staff for having us here today. We appreciate your time to discuss the updated tsunami hazard maps. As Brent mentioned, my name is Todd Becker with the California Office of Emergency Services, and I work out of our tsunami program. For a little background, the California Tsunami Program is led by the California Office of Emergency Services and the California Geological Survey. And we work with local communities throughout California to implement tsunami preparedness, mitigation, and response activities. One of the key tools in our tsunami planning toolbox is the tsunami hazard area maps that we are presenting today. The local community planning and response activities that these maps support are critical for saving lives from future potential tsunami events. And so real briefly, before I hand it off to the California Geological Survey, I want to describe the tsunami event notification process that takes place during a tsunami event and highlight some of the roles of our partners at the local, state, and federal levels. First, it's really important to distinguish between local versus distant source tsunamis when it comes to the tsunami event notification process. For a local source tsunami, such as one that can be generated from a nearby earthquake that is felt, the earthquake is the natural warning to evacuate to high ground or if you are in a tsunami hazard zone, because the tsunami may arrive within minutes, and there generally is not time for an official warning to be issued for that event. And additionally, during local earthquakes, the warning system infrastructure could potentially be damaged. So the tsunami warning protocols that I'm given a brief overview on today. Our plan for a distance source tsunami event coming from somewhere like Alaska, Japan, or somewhere else across the Pacific where there can be many hours of time for the official warning process to be implemented. So after the occurrence of an earthquake around the Pacific Basin, which was sufficient to generate an earthquake or a tsunami, the National Tsunami Warning Center that's housed in Palmer, Alaska, will issue a tsunami watch, advisory, or warning alert for California based on that initial evaluation. And then right after that, the California State Warning Center at Cal-OES will initially relay these notifications to the county warning points, which are typically the sheriff's dispatch. And then, kind of in real time during the same time, even in the middle of the night, multiple lines of communication and data exchange begin occurring between county emergency services, the state, and our federal partners at the National Tsunami Warning Center and National Weather Service. As data continues to come in regarding the tsunami event, the state will eventually develop evacuation recommendations for our coastal emergency managers. However, the final decision on how to implement evacuation in the local communities are carried out at the local level through county emergency services and the jurisdictions within their operational area. So, just as an example, during a tsunami event, official warnings can include messages issued through radio, TV, online, wireless emergency alerts, sirens, and other alert notification methods available to local authorities. Multiple notification methods are planned to attempt to reach as many people in harm's way as possible for a potential tsunami event. The tsunami event process is dynamic, and all partners are continually learning and improving upon our protocols in order to be ready for that next tsunami event. And just this next month, on March 24th, during the state's Tsunami Preparedness Week, there's both a test of the tsunami warning communication systems in Mendocino, Humboldt, and Del Norte, which will include tsunami test messaging that goes out to the public. And there's also a statewide communications exercise for county emergency managers, the state and federal partners to practice our tsunami event communication protocols. So to tie this back to the tsunami hazard area maps we are presenting today, we appreciate your time and the community's support of this process, because these maps are the cornerstone of the tsunami planning activities that we work on with our local partners, so that we can identify ahead of time who and what are in harm's way and prepare for the response to future tsunami events. So with that, I want to thank you for giving me time to speak today, and I'm going to end my part here and pass it off to Jay Patton with the California Geological Survey, who will give you some details about the tsunami hazard area maps.
Jay, are you muted?
Sorry about that. Let me go back a slide. If I can. There we go. Thanks, Brent, and the Board of Supervisors for having us here today. Recently, we commemorated the 321 years since the last Cascadia subduction zone earthquake and tsunami. And as many of you know, those in Mendocino County may be some of the most well-informed people in the state of California when it comes to tsunami hazards. But let's briefly review some of the basics before we dive into the tsunami hazard updates. So on the left is a map showing British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and California. And we can see the yellow star where Fort Bragg is located. And this is a tectonic map, plate tectonic map, showing the Juan de Fuca and Gorda oceanic plates that are subducting beneath the North America plate, continental North America plate on the right. And if we look in the upper right corner, we can see a cross section showing the Gorda plate going down, and that gray line is where the fault is locked. And as that fault is pulled down by the Gorda Plate, part of the North America Plate goes down and part of it goes up. And then when that fault is kind of like Velcro, and as soon as the stress is too high, it slips and generates an earthquake. And the area that was going down, just like the tree on the island, that area that was going down between earthquakes goes up during the earthquake, and that's what generates the tsunami. However, not only subduction zone can generate tsunami, strike slip fault earthquakes and landslides can also cause tsunami, though smaller than from subduction zones. For example, here's an animation showing a simulation of the tsunami from the 1906 San Francisco earthquake that did generate a small tsunami, and we could see the tide gauge record in the lower left corner. So I'll just go through a few questions and answers. Why are we updating these maps? The maps are being updated statewide because of new information we have learned since the 2009 maps were released. Also, there is a need to update these maps every 5 to 10 years, and the existing maps are over 10 years old. However, overall, better scientific information and tools will make better maps and safer communities. Number 2, how has the 2011 Japan tsunami influenced the update of the maps in Mendocino County? Well, our evaluation of the experience in Japan indicated that we needed to incorporate new information and more consistency into the map results and make sure that we were at least capturing tsunami events which could occur over a 1,000-year period. Their tsunami in 2011 is considered a 1,000-year event. These new tsunami hazard area maps and data are based on a 1,000-year tsunami model. Next question, have the tsunami hazard or evacuation maps changed dramatically in Mendocino County? Well, the shorter answer is no, though there are some minor changes, but overall our existing maps are pretty good, so existing tsunami evacuation plans probably won't need to change. However, for where the maps have changed, we will work with cities and counties to reach out and target the people who live in those areas so that they are informed of these changes and they can update their tsunami evacuation plans appropriately. Do these maps account for local and distant tsunami sources? Well, the tsunami hazard area maps are based on a suite of very large and realistic tsunami scenarios, including both distant and local sources. Tsunami hazard maps show predetermined areas to be evacuated when a tsunami is expected. And finally, will these new tsunami hazard area maps and data cause changes, i.e. increases to flood insurance rates? The short answer is no, and that's because FEMA does not currently incorporate tsunami floods into their flood insurance rate map program. So let's look at some of the changes. So the state of California tsunami program is constantly evaluating tsunami events and potential tsunami sources to ensure that the coastal communities are safe from tsunami hazards. And we even have our very own local source for tsunami at the Cascadia subduction zone, as well as the San Andreas Fault. This map shows the low resolution elevation data used to map tsunami hazards for the 2009 maps. And this map shows the higher resolution elevation data we used to map tsunami hazards in 2021. This map shows the 2009 tsunami inundation area as a red line. And here is the updated tsunami hazard area as a yellow line. Here's a map showing a comparison of both data sets, and we can see in some places the 2021 tsunami hazard area is larger than the 2009 tsunami inundation area. Here's a map showing a comparison of both data sets for the city of Fort Bragg. Note the change along the Noyo River and Pudding Creek, as Brent mentioned. And here's a map showing a comparison of both data sets for the city of Point Arena, and note the change along Point Arena Creek. So to wrap up, when we're in a tsunami hazard area and we receive an official or a natural tsunami warning, like a large earthquake, we use the evacuation maps to help us learn where to go to avoid the harms caused by tsunami waves. Evacuation maps show the tsunami hazard area in one color and the area outside of the hazard area in a different color. To avoid harm from a tsunami, move outside of the hazard area. And finally, I'd like to direct everyone to the tsunami.ca.gov to find the California Tsunami Preparedness Guide. And once these maps are released, they will be presented online on this website. And here's a list of the our partners in this project. And I'd like to open it up for questions. I'll end my sharing.
Chair Jurdy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Based on what you've seen in our county for noticing and general preparation, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being ideal where we should be, how would you rate us?
That's a great question. Maybe Ryan, do you think you could address that?
Yeah, the rating from, you're talking about the entire warning system?
Yeah.
Okay. For Mendocino County, there's a couple things that are really nice, which is there are some sirens in the low-lying areas. That's a nice addition in addition to the emergency alert system, wireless emergency alerts, and all the other systems that are available along the coastline. So there's one in Point Arena, there's one in Noyo Harbor, and then Pudding Creek. So those two places, or those three sirens, are nice in addition that not all places have. And I'm sorry about the dogs in the background. But hey, here we are. So when it comes to the system as a whole, this is kind of like standard across the country, and not all places have the sirens. So I would say you're probably in the upper end of preparations. I don't know how to put that as a number, but 8, somewhere in there. I mean, we always want to improve and keep trying to find new ways to alert folks, but you have a good system.
Is there anything our board should be doing as next steps to improve?
Excuse me, this is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Lindsay Doherty, and I'd like to respectfully request that each speaker announce their name for the record and mute themselves when they're not speaking. Thank you.
Ryan, this is Jason Patton. Ryan, could you mention the Tsunami Ready program? Maybe that would be this is a good time.
I think I'm going to ask Todd to answer that because of the dogs in the background.
This is Todd Becker with the California Office of Emergency Services Tsunami Program. If the question was if I recall correctly, the question was what the Board of Supervisors could do to continue to support tsunami preparedness in Mendocino County. And Jay mentioned the Tsunami Ready program. And I think that's an excellent example of continuing work that can go on in our coastal communities. It's a National Weather Service program where the communities work with the Weather Service, local emergency management, and the state, such as my office, to make sure that we have appropriate signage, notification procedures for authorities, the tsunami mapping like we're here discussing today. And they have a kind of a checklist of things you can do to be tsunami ready so that the public is aware of the threat and that the authorities are prepared to respond to that in the event of a tsunami. And going back to that question that Ryan answered, I think Ryan, the previous one, that was a great response. And I would have put us at an 8 too, where I think a lot of working up and down California's coast, the northern 3 most counties, I would like to say, are probably the most prepared in the state. They take the tsunami threat very seriously, and there's been a long time effort put into these communities, and residents are aware of that threat and work towards making their communities safer. So I put us at an 8 because I always feel there's always a little bit of room for improvement. And as new technologies, new things like the maps that we're here to discuss today come out, we continually try to improve and find ways to keep our communities safer.
If I could, this is Brent with OES. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
So I would say to Supervisor's questions, Ted, or Supervisor Williams, essentially, I would say that's a pretty fair assessment. We're at 8 or better. We're number 2 to actually adopt these maps if you guys move forward with that. So we're kind of ahead of the curve there. There's only about 7, maybe 9 counties in the state that are tsunami ready. And essentially, I've already ran down that list, and we just need to kind of coordinate an exercise. And I've kind of been dragging the feet a little bit on that because of COVID challenges and all the things that are going on. I've kind of developed a plan in which we can do that virtually, maybe, preferably with the Lower Harbor area, because that's our biggest risk. And once we do that, we'd actually, the state's producing maps, we get some maps posted and such, and we're really sitting in a good place. If you want to speak specifically to alert and warning, some of those tools are internal that federal and state partners really can't see, but we're making some big changes with adopting different funding sources. Also, some of the training aspects will, of course, bring in the new inundation layers into our alert and warning system. We do have one of the most redundant or robust systems with Everbridge, also having Nixle on top of the reverse 911, and we have iPause integration and such. And I even sat on a advisory committee last week that we're now a part of, along with Humboldt County, Lake County, Orange County, and Del Norte for professional studies. So I think we are taking the steps. Not only are we in a strong position, but we are taking the steps to continue to lead in these aspects. So if you guys have any other questions, I would love to engage you and make sure that you feel confident in the things that we're doing.
I have a follow-up question, a couple questions. One is, in the 2011 tsunami, due to the Japanese earthquake, there was significant damage in Noyo Harbor, mostly the mooring basin where the boats are docked. And although that's been largely, if not entirely, rebuilt since then, is there, in the new maps, you show it, the new tsunami zone going farther inland up the Noyo River, which kind of implies you're anticipating that there could be an even stronger tsunami and perhaps more damage in the area that already was in the tsunami flood zone. So is there any efforts by the state or federal government to help with hardening infrastructure so that it could withstand a more severe tsunami?
Oh, that's great. I'm so glad you asked that question, because I was just about to try to answer your question before you asked it. Jason Patton, California Geological Survey. So we have a program where we're developing harbor improvement reports, where we take modeling of currents and sediment mobilization within harbors, and we assess the condition of the piers and the cleats to assess where those harbors need to be improved. And so that's an ongoing project that we have with scientists at the University of Southern California. So that's one example of a program, the Harbor Improvement Reports, that the California Geological Survey and Cal OES are working on.
Okay, thanks. And my second question is, in looking at the maps, there's a neighborhood of senior mobile home park in Fort Bragg near Pudding Creek, and it shows that most of that neighborhood is now in the new maps in the tsunami flood zone. They weren't impacted by the 2011 tsunami, but of course there could be a bigger event. I'm assuming that's what you're looking at with the 1,000-year instance. What's the practical effect on a neighborhood like that now will be in a map listing it as a tsunami zone? Will those seniors see a higher insurance rate? I'm just trying to understand what's the practical effect on them.
So you nailed it, sir. That's one of the areas that drew our attention, because there's not a whole lot of areas where residents are kind of projected to be in it. Todd or Jason could really go into the details of, layers and how far, and it's kind of the worst case scenario line. We did talk about it. We kind of briefed here today. Does that impact insurance rates? And it does not. What it does do, so for them as individuals, their insurance is the same and things like that. What it does for us is that gives us an idea of, one, we need to do more outreach to those areas to make sure they're aware that there's a potential risk for them, right? What they need to do to prepare, and then also adjust our response plans, because in some areas we would cordon off certain areas. Law enforcement officers or CHP or TPW may project to put a sign here on the road to stop traffic, right? Or to exfil at certain areas. Now, based on the new modeling, we're going to say, okay, wait a minute, we need to make sure that high-low sirens go through this area as soon as possible. We may have to adjust traffic signage or traffic stops and such. Maybe we want a hard closure versus a soft closure. So those are all the aspects. It's really going to be on us to do the outreach to that community to say, hey, now you might be in the area of a potential impact. And I would love to give Jay some credit, because what he noticed when we did this evaluation was, hey, there's a culvert underneath the road in that area. So before, we thought the road was going to stop the tsunami. And then it was like, well, wait a minute, there's actually a way the water's going to creep under the road, maybe overlap the road. And we had to take that into consideration. So he did a fantastic job of actually visiting sites and ground truthing a lot of what we're seeing in the map.
Well, in fact, that culvert I think has been seen as an amenity to the neighborhood, because they actually walk underneath the highway to the beach.
Yeah.
Glenn?
So we live in a geologically very active neighborhood with the Mendocino Triangle offshore, and I just wondered if you have looked at the probability of kind of an earthquake-generated tsunami versus one coming from a long distance, and if you have any level of confidence and probability-wise what's likely to happen.
Great. This is Jason Padden at California Geological Survey. So the 1,000-year tsunami is sort of a statistical analysis of all of the different sources of tsunami from all across the Pacific Basin. And what we do is we take each of those faults and we take the prehistoric evidence of earthquakes to come up with an estimate of how frequently those earthquakes happen. And that all feeds into our statistical analysis of earthquake recurrence and how often those tsunamis might be generated. So we can, for each of, and we've done modeling, we have a 500-year tsunami model, a 1,000-year tsunami model, a 2,500-year tsunami model. And the 1,000-year tsunami model includes both local sources from the Cascadia subduction zone, but also sources from Alaska, Japan, the Marianas Trench, and so on. For the 1,000-year tsunami model, we know that the two dominant sources that contribute to the 1,000-year tsunami model are the Cascadia subduction zone and the earthquake, the subduction zone offshore of Alaska. Now, obviously, those are two very different. They're different in the sense that the Cascadia subduction zone is a local source, and so residents in Mendocino County will feel that earthquake very strongly, whereas the source from Alaska is a distant source, and there's about 4 to 4.5 hours of travel time between that subduction zone and the coast of Mendocino County. And so both of those sources are included in the 1,000-year tsunami. And I'm missing a workshop right now that's addressing the recurrence of earthquakes on the Cascadia subduction zone, and those data are reviewed every about 7 or 8 years by the USGS. So they are constantly updating our knowledge of how frequently earthquakes happen on the Cascadia subduction zone, and that feeds into the National Seismic Hazard Map. And when we do the tsunami modeling, we incorporate that information into our modeling. So the southern subduction zone has a recurrence of about 250 years. The northern part of the subduction zone has a recurrence of about 500 years. But there's a wide range of time, inter-event times. So even though that's the average, sometimes the time between earthquakes is longer and sometimes it's shorter. And there's just no way to know whether or not there's going to be an earthquake tomorrow or the next day. So that's why we use these statistical analyses to make an estimate of how likely that's to happen. So just like we use the 100-year flood for flood insurance rates, we're using a similar concept, the 1,000-year tsunami. So I hope that answered your question, Glenn, Supervisor Glenn.
Yeah, so it's sort of like when your number's up, it's up, when it's as unknown as the future itself.
That's true, and the best solution is to prepare ahead of time. It just doesn't take very long to figure out where to evacuate to, and then have an evacuation drill. That's the key, is to get people to have an evacuation drill and practice their evacuation, so that when it happens, they don't need to think about it, they just do it.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation?
It does, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, looks like you're requesting approval of the maps.
I move the recommended action and thank the participants for their detailed presentation. I enjoyed it.
I second that.
Okay. All right, thanks. We got a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Let's see. This might be an appropriate time to take a short break. Just looking in the clerk of the board's office, would you like a break at this point?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we'll return at 11 o'clock. the next item, which I believe is a rezone. It's a planning issue. It's planning building here.
Planning and building is here. Good morning, Chair Jurdy. Nash Gonzalez, Interim Director, and Julia Krog, Assistant Director, are present to answer any questions.
Well, I believe this is a public hearing, so I don't have a chair script sent to me. So do we have a proper notice for this public hearing?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay. Should we open the public hearing now or after we have a staff presentation?
Here. Chair Jurdy, members of the board, Nash Gonzalez, this is an item that the department has requested a continuance to March 23rd due to additional information needed to be able to move the project forward. Additionally, based on the additional information that was required for the packet, we were unable to meet the noticing requirements. So we are respectfully asking for a continuance. And this was included with the board's packet.
Okay, for clarification, we're going to continue this item or we're going to re-notice it for the 23rd?
This is a continued item to March 23rd.
Okay. So do we have a motion to continue this item to March 23rd?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, the next item is from County Council on Health and Human Services. It's discussion of possible action, including adoption of a resolution granting the chair the authority to issue subpoenas regarding documents related to behavioral health services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item is a request for the board to authorize a resolution to give the chair the authority to go ahead and subpoena some documents related to an audit that is currently ongoing. So just to give the board a little bit of context here, under statute, the chair does have the authority to go ahead and issue subpoenas for matters within the board's jurisdiction. It's actually a little bit debatable whether or not the resolution is actually needed, but it seems to be common practice to go ahead and to have a resolution authorizing the issuance of the subpoena, so that there's no question about appropriate authority. The subpoenas are requested in this case because the county is currently undergoing a series of regular audits regarding the use of state funds, and part of that process involves reviewing the documentation, in particular the master ledger and the subcontracts that were used to provide services through the county's contractor. For the years that are going to be subject to review, that contractor is no longer under contract with the county and has actually filed for dissolution with the Secretary of State. The department had sort of reached out to the principals, attempted to get some documents that appear to be missing, and my understanding is it's specifically subcontracts, that is contracts between the county's vendor and the various providers that it contracted with to provide the services that are going to be needed to go ahead and to respond to the state. My understanding is that so far all the informal efforts have been sort of unsuccessful to date. That the managers or principals of the prior corporation have not responded and have not been forthcoming with the materials. The department came to me and sort of asked what can we do to get these records, and it seems to me that the most appropriate way to do that is through the board's subpoena power, to essentially compel the production of the materials. I will let the board know all of our contracts, including all the contracts in our boilerplate, including the contract that was entered into in this case, does have a requirement that even after the termination of the services, the vendor has to hang on to appropriate records and has to make them available for inspection for audit purposes. That's actually intended to address just this same situation. The general requirement that we put in our contract is for an obligation of 4 years. Additionally, there may be statutes in this case that may go further than that because of the nature of the specific funds that were used. Specifically, as I understand it, certain things related to federal or state expenditures, because they may be kind of slow and their audit cycles may have a longer retention period. I do want to let the board know, I'm sort of anticipating questions on this. It's not sort of directly relevant to whether or not you issue the subpoena authority. The contract does provide that the company was supposed to provide all of these documents and that it is financially responsible in the event that there's any sort of audit exception as a result of insufficient documentation. We've done just a little bit of preliminary research. It doesn't appear that the dissolution of the company would eliminate that obligation. There actually appears to be under statute a 4-year period after dissolution in which we could potentially bring an action to compel the payment of those funds by the various managers of the corporation. In this case, I believe it was an LLC. And I think we've identified about eight different managers. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. If we can get the documents, I believe that my understanding is that should be sufficient to avoid any issues in terms of the exceptions. But just anticipating that there may be questions about what the effect of the dissolution is, it doesn't appear that sort of precludes the contractual obligation here. However, it may make it just a little bit more complicated in terms of how we pursue that, and if we get to that point, I may be bringing a closed session item to discuss with the board in more detail. So the attached resolution would confer upon the board or the chair the authority to issue the relevant subpoenas, and would also confer that authority on the chair of any committee that the board were to refer this item to in the future. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Supervisor Heshak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly appreciate that explanation. It answers some of the questions I had. How far back do we go with Ortner and some of these exceptions that might be arising at this point?
My understanding is that fiscal year 13-14 is the sort of the next year up for processing by the state. Dr. Miller can probably speak to that a little bit better than I can.
So, okay. And if Dr. Miller wants to answer now, that would be great.
Sure. So Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. We are looking at, so the first year we go back with Ortner Management Group is 13-14. So that's when our contract started for the fiscal year. So we are looking at 13-14, 14-15, and 15-16. All those cost reports will be coming up. So we need their documentation for all 3 of those years that we don't have currently. We do have some documentation, so I do want to clarify. We do have some documentation. There is additional documentation we need for those 3 years.
Okay. And if I could just have a follow-up with that. If it's taking a long time to get these, and we're talking several years of these exceptions going on, is there a possibility with a 4-year limitation on their dissolution, is there a possibility that they run out the clock on us?
If I may respond through the chair, I don't want to say there isn't a possibility. There always is. I think that we would want to take an approach that would discourage them. I mean, the 4-year clock would be up, as I believe, in June of 2024. I think that we would want to be sort of getting all of those materials sort of as quickly and aggressively as we could. In terms of sort of whether it would be a good strategy on their part, I don't know that it would be, given the amount of time that we have here, and frankly, given that they would potentially be subject to sanctions or contempt of court if they were to be refusing to comply with a lawful subpoena.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Can we conduct the roll?
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
and Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. On the chair script, it looks like we're anticipating going into closed session. We have several items at this point. Would staff like to take up any other items that were intended for this afternoon now? Okay, not hearing any. We'll go into closed session and see you there.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I think it would help to clarify the time that we would be coming out of closed session. I would also just suggest you might be able to do supervisors reports now, since we do seem to have more time than we're likely going to need for a closed session.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll start off with one. The Mendo Recycle, our recycling agency, is an opportunity to hear about waste diversion. And I know that all the supervisors have been hearing from people, particularly in the construction industry, that they're, as of January 1st, the state is not allowing the disposal of pressure treated wood. And so Supervisor Mulhern and I have been asking about this, the status of that at our Mendo Recycle meetings. And CNS Waste, which often attends the meetings, gave us an update, and they said that although this pressure treated wood has been designated as a hazardous material for years, the state has had an exemption so that it could be handled at transfer stations and landfills up until this last year. They are working through an exemption process for this year, but it's only becoming available to the transfer stations and the landfills they're just now in the next few weeks able to apply for an exemption. The local operator, CNS, Solid Waste of Willits, will be applying the moment the application is available to them, and it's estimated that by the middle of March that they will have that exemption approved by the state for transfer stations. So if people can just hang on to their pressure treated wood just a little bit longer, that it's very likely that by the middle of March that they will be able to take it to the local transfer station. But anyway, so I just want to give you guys an update. I know that you all have been getting lots of questions about that same subject. Does someone else want to give a report?
Yeah, I just have a couple items. I think we talked about Starlink, the SpaceX project, the constellation of satellites being a potential game changer for broadband in rural Mendocino County. We now have people who have installed the system. And apparently it takes about 15 minutes to install, and they're getting cable modem speeds. They're getting over 100 megabits down, 30 to 40 megabits up. And this is available everywhere throughout the county. I understand some people are in a queue waiting for equipment to arrive, but a whole lot, in places from Kovlo to Comshe have received the equipment and are now online. And it may highlight the ability for the county to place more services online so that we don't have people driving hours to walk in and get a permit in person. I think it's more than ever, it's appropriate for the county to go digital and support the public interacting completely from home. And the other item, end of last year, I brought an item to the board over the trash in the town of Mendocino in the historic district. That historic district generates generates a large amount of bed tax, sales tax, property tax, and with that comes the responsibility of providing municipal-like trash services, a waste bin on the street. Those bins were overflowing, and it's partially because of COVID. There's a lot of takeout packaging it takes more volume in the can, and there's also a lack of enforcement on people dumping household trash, and we're finding a lot of that. And the effect is the birds are picking it apart. It's blowing down the street. It's starting to look like a not just a public nuisance, but also a health hazard. And so the board came up with a plan to increase the pickup frequency. That hasn't been working. The trash is still a problem. DOT tried to further increase it to 3 days a week. The hauler is unable to accommodate that, at least during this season. And so the county is looking at hiring some extra help to pick up the trash. And that may actually be more cost effective than having the hauler do it. So just putting it out there, this may come back to the board. I'm hoping we gave enough direction that it doesn't need to, but it may come back at a future date to approve the expenses related to the extra help. And I'll put it out there. The ideal candidate would be somebody that's not driving from Ukiah. I don't want to see the county pay 3 hours of drive time. We need somebody that lives in the general area, somewhere on the coast near the town of Mendocino, who would take this on as a side job.
Any other reports? Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jurdy. In November, we had a presentation from CAL FIRE from Chief Gonzalez for the Mendocino unit. And it was a very good presentation. And he brought up a couple issues that we needed to deal with. One was archaeological backlog that they have with CAL FIRE. And he outlined some of the big picture projects that he was doing and what their vision is for the county on vegetation management, fuel reduction, prescriptive burns, all those kind of projects. And so I would like the board to invite Chief Gonzalez back to give another presentation and update now that we're coming on to springtime and fire season. And I think it would be appropriate to have an update to see what the board can do to help Chief Gonzalez and CAL FIRE, better coordinate our services. And so what we can do to help CAL FIRE. So if that's all right with the chair, I would like to give direction to staff to invite Chief Gonzalez back to the board to give an update.
Sounds appropriate. Not seeing any opposition to that, so go right ahead.
Okay, great. And let's see, Chair Jurdy and I met as the Wildlife Services Ad Hoc Committee. We met with Sonoma County Ag Commissioner and their Wildlife Services person, the department head or whatever you call it, the trapper service person, because they have trapper services that are run by the county. And so we got some information there. We're waiting for some more information to come back. And I think that we will have an agenda item in March for that. The Measure B Ad Hoc Committee has met, and we're proceeding with information about PUF and the old Howard Hospital and trying to get information about that and what that would look like. There'll be a town hall concerning that on March 7th. It's a Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock. And we'll have our ad hoc from the board with the ad hoc that was formed by the Willett City Council and Dr. Miller and the chair of the Measure B Oversight Committee, Donna Muschetti, on that. And also Tom Allman, who is on the Measure B Oversight Committee. So that will be March 7th at 4 o'clock, a virtual meeting. We will put out a public notice about that. And then on the North Coast Railroad Authority, we voted to rail bank the section of the railroad from Willits to Samoa. So we're proceeding on that, and that is going well. So Senator McGuire had a town hall about that last week. Very effective, lots of participation there, and it's news that is certainly welcome in this pandemic time. So to think about the opportunities that this rail the Great Redwood Trail would present. And on January 26th, we had that storm that really hit the Willits area hard, and a lot of the 3rd District, Laytonville, even Covelo, with the snow levels and the number of trees and branches that were broken off has presented quite a problem for a lot of people. Thousands of trees have been broken, knocked over. The Highway 101 was closed for a while. Certainly Sherwood Road, the Sheriff's Department had their hands full. And so the Department of Transportation has been working very hard on it. I get lots of good comments about what they've been doing. And so I appreciate that for the Department of Transportation. And but there's still a lot of work to do. And I think the Firewise councils are picking it up, and coming up with plans about how to move forward, because we can't leave all these broken trees and branches laying around for fire season. And then lastly, I'd like to talk about, at the last meeting, the board decided to approve a contract for the Sheriff's Office social media operations. As far as the contract and contracts in general, we do need greater transparency, clearer answers as to the cost of the contract, and oversight to ensure that any appearance of nepotism, competitive bidding, local vendor preference, and other such issues are appropriately addressed. There was much discourse and controversy about social media posts, with a feeling by many that these undermine the mission of our county and the Sheriff's Office. I voted to uphold the free speech rights of Ms. Barney, but I do believe that upholding the mission and overall goals of the county is critical to the good of all of our residents. Extremist views, while protected by free speech, must not be the message we send to residents of Mendocino County. And I certainly don't want this to be how Mendocino County is perceived. Yet for many in our county, and we heard it this morning, this is not an anomaly, but rather a disturbing pattern. We all must make greater efforts to root out biases, our actions and words, and how they might reflect on all communities in our county. We have an equity, diversity, and inclusion task force to help bridge gaps that might have gone unnoticed before. We have a public safety advisory board forming that will look at issues surrounding the different communities, whether they be based on ethnicity, region, or tribe, and how services are provided equitably. The contract that was so controversial just shows that we have work to do. And I very much believe that this board and staff are committed to creating a Mendocino County that respects everyone, provides equitable treatment to all its residents, and seeks social justice. Only working together can we truly achieve these goals. So that's it for me, and thank you.
I have a question. Is there a referral to general government in that statement?
Well, certainly with the issue of, that was brought up by Supervisor Mulherin last time about the contract and the competitive bidding process and how that looks, how the board is informed about that. To create better transparency, I think that would be appropriate for the General Government Committee. So Supervisor Williams, is that enough to go on for, you're on that committee, right?
Yeah. Let's record it as board direction.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Chair, yeah, I believe that it was already recorded as board direction, as well as for the General Government Committee to look at the social media policy for the county and invite Sheriff Kendall to share his social media policy with us as well. So I'm pretty sure that we already have that as direction, but if it needs to be recorded again, that's fine with me. Also wanted to, sorry, am I interrupting?
I'm sorry. Sorry, Supervisor Mulhern. I just wanted to let everyone know through the chair, the consensus on staff side is that has been recorded from the prior meeting, and that direction is reflected.
Thank you. In regards to the proclamations, I understand, Chair Jordy's thought process of adding them to the consent calendar so that the meeting can progress more rapidly. I do wonder if the PIOs could be instructed to do a press release after proclamations are approved by the board, just announcing to the public, perhaps on social media and through various media sources, that the board has approved proclamations on the consent calendar. Just a thought on that. And then my weekly report is on my website in writing. So.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Mulhern. Supervisor McGordy.
So I just want to echo what Mo said. I think it's really important for us to, if we're going to issue a proclamation and celebrating someone or somebody that people know, because I received several emails on this saying, why didn't you do anything about Black History Month? Well, obviously we did, and even I didn't notice, and I apologize to the rest of the board members for not reading the consent calendar a little bit more clearly. And I just want to echo what Supervisor Hasjak said. It was difficult to support that contract, but again, we do honor First Amendment rights here in Mendocino County. But I also received a lot of commentary from people, mostly outside of my district, but also in my district, about the importance of us setting an example and making sure that we have, public support for the things that are important, such as COVID, and we don't want to be sending mixed messages, and that anybody who is working for us has a responsibility to be very careful about what they post on social media if it's contrary to what we're trying to say. And I think in general, none of us are going to tolerate anything that's mean or hateful. And that's something that I think we need to make clear.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I think we may be ready at this point to go into CEO Angelo.
Chair Jurdy, if you would like, I could do my CEO report at this time before we go into closed session.
Okay, great.
Okay, all right. I am hoping that each board member has the electronic copy of my CEO report. I'd like to go through that. Of course, the first page, we always do an update on human resources, and you have that there, along with our wellness program, which we have gotten awards from CSAC on, and it's the good work of the human resources team that's put that together. They are talking about the plan and the incentive program, and for our employees, they can look at the CEO report and find that if they haven't gotten online. We also have the vacancy list attached, as we usually do. And then on page 2, we have the emergency projects. And just to recap on the emergency projects, when there is something that happens, like a roof caves in, or we have a major leak at the jail or in one of our buildings, we will go ahead and authorize doing the work because it's obviously an emergency, and then we bring it to the board afterwards. That's the goal of the emergency project, that we get it taken care of as quickly as we can. So you can see on page 2 that the emergency project that we have listed here is the Whitmore facility. And indeed, we did have a problem with the roof caving in due to the weather. And so we are looking at ensuring that nobody is in Whitmore Lane at this time, so we can do the necessary repairs and assure that the facility is safe. And we will be bringing this forward at mid-year. For our two new supervisors, we were able to get pandemic dollars to purchase Whitmore Lane. And while this has been an isolation and quarantine facility, and quite honestly, really something that was necessary in our county, we are looking at long-term usage of this facility, and we could discuss that at mid-year as well. The next item in the CEO report are the requests for proposals, and you can see what we have listed there. And I do want to say that, you know, for the last few years, the RFP process has been implemented and performed by the departments, not by the executive office. But we are there and available to offer technical assistance to the departments. The Oak and August Complex Fire Recovery Update, I think that Deputy CEO Darcy Antle did speak a little bit about this earlier, so I will leave that one alone. I do want to go to the next page. On page 3, there's an update on the top of the page called the Old Howard Hospital Site Update. And I would like to say that in working with the ad hoc, what we decided was that we were not certain what the Howard Hospital Foundation plans for their building. We're also not certain if Old Howard Hospital is still a facility that the county is interested in, or the Measure B committee, or any of the reviews that we've done, if it would show that the Old Howard Hospital still is a very good choice for a PUF or any type of psychiatric facility. So in working with the ad hoc, what we decided is, under the purchasing agent authority, we drafted a memorandum of understanding that we submitted to the foundation. The foundation will be reviewing and voting on that MOU. I believe this afternoon is their meeting. And so if they choose to sign the MOU, then what it does is it holds the building for 90 days. That basically the foundation can't sell the building to somebody else. Now, certainly one of the significant challenges that we have had all along with this building, even at the time many years ago, when the foundation knew that they would be moving out of, that the hospital would be moving out and the new hospital was being built, this county was very much interested. That was a different board, but this county has been interested in Old Howard because it is an excellent location, being in the center of the county. So where we are, this may be the final option to take a look at this facility. From the time we started looking at this facility, there has been tremendous pushback from the city of Willits, but there has also been tremendous support from many of the people that live in the city of Willits. So I don't know what's going to happen in the end. What I do know now is that we have asked for a 90-day agreement from the foundation to give the county an opportunity to look one last time at Old Howard. And so this is what you have here. This is the purpose of this item being on the CEO report, so you know what we've done and what the goal is. Again, I think that Supervisor Hashjack has talked about some of the events that will be coming up and his work with the city of Willits. At this time, there is no guarantee one way or the other on this building, but you know what we're doing. Emergency purchase request. This is through air quality, and so I will just leave that there. There will be a board item at the next board meeting from air quality on this emergency purchase. There's a Health and Human Services update attached, and then an ag update, which I won't read. You have it right there, along with Cultural Services. We do have our new director, and we're very pleased that she is with us at this time. There's an animal care update. Again, Rich Molinari and his team do a great job of submitting an update every month, and you get that on the CEO report. The upcoming board meetings are listed, and board commissions and vacancies. And then you have the attachments. An attachment that doesn't appear to be listed here, but is on the CEO report that I would like to refer to. Just have to find it. My apologies. This is supposed to be attached to the CEO report, but I don't see it right here. There is an attachment that I hope you received. And if you didn't, I will go back and ask the clerk to attach it. This is an item that has to do with the CEO priority planning. Let me see if I can find it.
I can see it on the end of our report.
You have it? Okay,
Yes.
great. Is it at the very end, Supervisor McGordy?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, great. I wasn't sure. I thought it was attached further. See, I don't have it on mine, so I'm not quite sure what happened. But let me get it, because this is important enough where, please wait. I really want to go over this. Okay, this is a one-pager that talks about the CEO priority planning. And the reason this is important is, of course, this is the beginning of 2021. And what I'm looking at, and what I'm certain that the board is looking at, is the next 22 months. I will depart Mendocino County employment in the fall of 2022. So this chart in front of you, I took the draft mark off of it because I think these are some key areas that certainly this board and the last board talked about, that moving forward over the next 22 months, what the planning is for this board and for the county as I depart. I have 11 years in as your CEO. By the time I finish my contract, it will be approximately 12 years, which is a long time for a CEO. And certainly the longest, other than Mr. Al Beltrami as a CAO when he was here for 25 years. Certainly there's been a lot that's happened over the past decade. But what I want to be certain of is that in serving this board, that over the next 22 months, that the executive office can do the will of this board, and we can get as much done as this board would like. And so we will be looking at the organization, as you can see here, and also looking at the CEO versus the CAO model. And I look at this as I do with the Health and Human Services Agency. As this board knows, we are currently reviewing the Health and Human Services Agency right now to determine the service delivery model, and if that service delivery model is the best model for Mendocino County. It doesn't mean they don't do good service delivery. It's after so many years, what we're looking at, is this still applicable to the needs in Mendocino County and what we want to do? And I think since 2005, when 2007, right in through there, when this board, not this board, prior boards developed a chief executive officer model rather than a chief administrative officer model, there was a desire on the part of the board to have a CEO. I think at this point in time, it would behoove this board to really look at, as I leave, would you like to keep a CEO model, or do you want to go back to a CAO model? And some of you have talked to me about that. I know it's a desire that you have to look at this. And so my goal over the next 22 months, actually sooner, is to look at that with this board to give you as much information as we can, so this board can decide as we move forward with the hiring of my replacement, do you want a CEO or do you want a CAO? So that's what you have here. Additionally, talking about some economic goals, we know that the planning and building team has been quite stretched. They do great work. They do a lot of work. And so part of the goal will be, as we have increased salaries in that department and we have created new positions, that we continue to work with that department so they can do not only the business of planning and building, but also around economic development. And so along with that, under economic goals, you can see the PG&E funds. And I would like to say this one more time, and I think that we did talk about this last year, but I want to say this again. The five of you are the board that is going forward, that will be making the decisions around the PG&E money, but also living with those decisions. So it was very important that moving forward, that you as the board actually get the information on the PG&E funds and make those decisions. And so we continue to work with the auditor, and we will be ready for mid-year to talk about the PG&E dollars. And it's approximately $22 million. It's one-time money, and you will be making the decisions. You are the board going forward. So we're very pleased to be able to bring you this one-time money and to discuss how you would like to use it. And then under organizational goals, again, looking at the Health and Human Services review, looking at the county review, not so much in depth, and also talking about what this board's priorities and improving service delivery. Again, you as a board formed an ad hoc to look at a possible 5-year strategy or strategic plan. So everything that I have here will also be working with the ad hoc as far as developing the process. And what we're looking at with the 5-year strategy or strategic plan, whatever this board chooses to call it, is that we would like to begin the process within the next few months, and we would like the strategic plan to be completed by December of this year, so this board can roll it out through 2022. So I think that's all I have with this. It was important today that I roll this out. I think that 22 months will go by quickly, and it's important that I hear from you exactly what you would like and how you would like to proceed. This is yet the beginning. Again, it's some priority planning, and certainly over the next few months, I'm very much open to what this board would like. And with that, Chair Jurdy, I believe my report is done.
Chair.
Go ahead. Any questions? Supervisor Williams.
CEO, thank you for the report. Just for the record, I do want to see a CAO. I think that with your departure, a lot of institutional knowledge may be leaving, and we may not have somebody in a position to carry out the role in a CEO fashion as you've been able to. My real question is about Measure B. I know there's a sense in the community that that you had started working on Old Howard and then stopped. And the questions have been raised, well, why are you starting again now? And I think it's accurate to say you're following board direction. The board previously told you to work on it and then said, stop, do something different. And so that's what you've done. You've carried out the board direction. This is really not with the CEO, it's with the board. And I think it's with the board struggling to carry out Measure B. Measure B didn't have a single page of financial planning. Measure B was run as a concept, and now we're struggling with how do we fulfill the mission? How do we build a psychiatric hospital? How do we afford to run it, and where do we put it? And one of the struggles is, if we start polling the cities, do you want it? And they say no, then are we putting it on the unincorporated? Do you feel that you have enough input from the board to follow through at this point? Or do you need us to bring this back, given that we have a new board, and give updated direction on a set of priorities, and try it in Willits, and if it doesn't work, try somewhere else next? Or do you want this to be more of a piecemeal? You report back, and when we hear it, we'll tell you what we want.
Chair Jurdy, if I may respond to Supervisor Williams' question. I think that, well, first of all, this is the final shot with Howard Hospital. So by doing an agreement, trying to hold on to it for 90 days doesn't mean that this county is going to move forward to buy it. It doesn't mean that the city of Willits wants it, but it is a final shot. And so if by some chance this county does decide to move forward, we have that opportunity. What I didn't want to see happen is that this board did decide, or Measure B, or both decided they did want to go, and then this facility has already been purchased. So this is the absolute final shot. I will tell you, Supervisor Williams, from my perspective, it is always a less cumbersome process to purchase property in the unincorporated area and to build in the unincorporated area. Obviously, we make the rules, and we can follow board direction, and we can move forward. And it's usually less costly and less time consuming. If I could wave a magic wand, and if this Board of Supervisors decided to move forward with the building of a PUF, I would want to see it in the unincorporated area. Just as we bought Whitmore Lane in the unincorporated area, it's our facility, and we can move forward with just one planning department. I would say, though, just to answer another key question, that if I would like to see anything from this board, I would really like this board to give direction to the Measure B committee. I have been sitting on the Measure B committee by statute for the last 4 years. We are in year 4, and I think that it has been in good faith that this board has made every attempt they could to allow the Measure B committee to do as much as they can in the interest of the mental health community and the public. I can tell you, I really believe the one major problem with the Measure B committee is they absolutely do not have a common goal. You have some people on that committee that are mental health advocates that want to see the greatest level of care for mental health clients. You have other people on that committee that for whatever reason supported Measure B, but maybe that wasn't the reason. So you have multiple different facets and you don't have a common mission. And when you don't have a common mission, you can't work together easily. And we're in year 4. We're in year 4 already. And so here we are. So what I would like to see, piecemeal is one thing, but what I would like to see is this board to absolutely give direction to the Measure B committee. And not only to give direction to the Measure B committee, but to make it very clear what the Measure B role is. The Measure B committee doesn't run mental health. They have a very narrow focus, but they're all over the board. And it makes it very difficult to get anything done. And in the end, this Board of Supervisors will be blamed. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions about the CO report? Supervisor McGordy?
Just a quick comment to kind of echo what CEO Angelo had to say on Measure B is that, yes, we are responsible. We have an advisory board. The clock is ticking, and we should be further along in the process. To also acknowledge Supervisor Williams' point about a business plan and looking at money and looking at costs. I know that some of this was covered in the Kemper report initially, but by now I would have hoped that it was a little bit more fleshed out. So we really have to take this on along with everything else we have to take on. This is, I think, another one of our mission critical things to get done in this coming year.
Okay, Supervisor Heshak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going along with what CEO Angelo talked about the strategic plan, Supervisor McGordy and I have met several times concerning the strategic plan, trying to find what other counties are doing. We're comparing what they're doing, what we think we need to do. We've been talking with CEO Angelo about this. So hopefully soon we will come back with more solid information about how to proceed with the strategic plan. But right now we're very much involved in trying to get the information that would be relevant to make decisions to move forward with it. As far as Measure B, I think that we still are in the process of really gathering information, and with the city of Willits and the people, the residents in that area, they want information. I've reached out to the PUF in Reading and talked to the director of nursing there. And it was a very good conversation, a lot of good information. And so that will be shared, I think Thursday at the Rotary up there, and then at this town hall. And so I think right now we need to get the information out to the people in Willits. But if there's other options besides the Old Howard Hospital, we need to be looking at those too. But being on ad hoc with Supervisor Williams, we haven't found any other real viable options at this point. So it's, if someone can come up with a site and a plan that works, economically and socially and everything for what we're trying to do with the Measure B money in this PUF, bring it forth. I think we're open for ideas.
Supervisor McGordy?
Just on that point real quickly, so there's an old design principle that form follows function. So is it really clearly defined what it is we want to do, how many patients are supposed to be treated, what the length of their stay is? what we have for a budget to spend on individual patients. These are all things that help define what it is you're going to do. And then also the convenience of being able to transport people to a facility. And during treatment, as I understand it, being close to a hospital is important to make sure that you can assess someone for a medical condition versus, a mental illness, because sometimes they present the same. These are all things I think that are pretty basic in terms of where you situate a facility and how you make decisions where to put it.
Jordy, if I may just respond to Supervisor McGordy's questions. Dr. Janine Miller has done a lot of work. There is a lot of work as far as what the PUF would look like, the size, the services. And so that absolutely has been done. And Supervisor McGordy, that's something we can certainly discuss offline so we could bring you up to speed on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It looks like, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had one more question. We have the meeting on March 22nd, the special meeting. And so I was wondering if you had a theme for that.
Chair Jurdy, did you want to answer that? You're talking about the board meeting, Supervisor Hashak?
Right, the one that's on a Monday before the Tuesday 23rd.
We have a couple key topics for that meeting. I would either invite Chair Jurdy or the clerk to let the board know what we're thinking about.
I don't have the forecasting in front of me, so if the clerk can go over that, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
This is Deputy. I'm so sorry. This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and I'm just pulling up the placeholders for that day. At present, we do have a couple of items allocated that day, one of which being cannabis. Another is potential discussion around the local trash issue. We also have that date, Westco Move 2030, North Bay North Coast Broadband Consortium presentation, and a presentation from the Climate Action Advisory Committee.
It sounds pretty full.
Yeah.
I was thinking that one of these days we should probably have a good discussion about Measure B.
Well, it is possible that the franchise issue might be discussed on, might be resolved and discussed on our March 9th meeting, possibly. So if that's the case, that'll free up that item on the 22nd.
Yeah, I also, well, I'm sorry, I want to second Supervisor Haschak's desire to have a little more lengthy discussion about Measure B so that we can, as a whole board, find out what's going on and where we are and what's missing and where are the choke points and what we need to keep moving forward on it.
Okay, we've heard that, and we'll find a way to get it on a future agenda and give it some time. Okay, so at 11:55, we'll be going into closed session. We've got several items. met for an extended period of time in closed session and looking to County Council to report out of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As to item 9A, the board gave direction to staff. As to 9B, the board gave direction to staff. As to item 9C, the board met to consider possible legal remedies for the return of county property in the possession of retired Supervisor John McCowan. Per usual custom and practice, the county requested the return of the items at the time that Mr. McCowan left office. Despite repeated requests, however, the property, including a laptop, computer, tablet, cell phone, printer, and building keys, was never returned, and Mr. McCowan has ceased communicating with the county. Pursuant to an existing authority and practices, county risk management has already initiated a small claims proceeding as the total damages to the county, including the cost of rekeying the building, is estimated to be between $3,000 and $4,000. At this time, the Board of Supervisors unanimously indicated its support for the pending small claims matter, but decided that investing additional resources in a superior court proceeding would be premature.
I have a comment, Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, John McCowan, I would appreciate it if you would return the keys, the laptop, the iPad, and the iPhone. I don't want to be in this position of having conflict. I appreciate that you served for 12 years in the county, even longer overall in public service. It's not fair to put the board in a position, the position that you've created. We have to treat everyone equally, all employees equally, and we would ask any other employee to return public property upon their departure from the county. Thank you.
And then, Mr. Chair, as to item 9D, the board gave direction to staff.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that takes us, I believe, to item 6A, which is discussion and possible action, including cannabis cultivation, phase 1 update, status of third-party California Environmental Quality Act consultant, framework and process. And this is a report and recommendation from the ad hoc committee.
Take it away, Ted. Or Supervisor Williams.
Ted is good. Chair Jordy, is it okay if I go a little bit out of order on the action items here?
Yeah, sure.
So SB 59 is working its way through committees at a state level and has the potential to provide an extension for provisional licenses. We understand this likely wouldn't be a blanket provision. We wouldn't just get another couple of years. Applicants would be required to continually show progress, perhaps every quarter. But given the state of the county's permitting and the state licensing, it's clear that neither county nor state will be able to get the work done in time. And so we'd like to encourage the county to support this letter, and we'd like to ask that cultivators and local associations also unconditionally support SB 59. It really is the hope for us to continue the transition from illegal market to responsible regulated market.
Or Supervisor Williams, if I could just add to that CDFA has over 5,000 provisional licenses. Mendocino County has about 700 of those. And CDFA recognizes that they won't be able to complete all those in the existing timeline before January 1st, 2022. And so they want an extension too, whether it's 6 years or 2 years, like Supervisor Williams said, there's going to have to be negotiations on it in the legislature, and that people will have to show progress being made towards acquiring their annual license.
So the letter that we attached for consideration simply supports SB 59. I know some believe that SB 59 doesn't go far enough to addressing the underlying CEQA problems. We don't want to get into that. We feel that trying to tie other needed changes to this request for extension could sink the extension, and more than anything, we need time. Then the next item is a request to align the deadline for moving out of a sunset zone with the sunset. And I know every time we discuss sunsets, there's alarm about reigniting the debate, and there's no attempt to do that here. This is simply when the board took action previously, there were 2 dates in our code. We only changed one of them. So in effect, we told cultivators that they need to move by relocate by a certain date. But then we didn't change the date that allows them to relocate. So they're effectively trapped. They're in an area that has been deemed inappropriate for cultivation, but they're actually not allowed to transfer out. And so we're hoping that this won't be seen as a controversial change. And I would argue it was almost a clerical error that I think the board intended to shift both dates previously. And then the third item, I read our mitigated negative declaration and found that the sensitive species and habitat review that we've been struggling with for a lengthy period of time now is a mitigation effort that only applies to new non-contiguous development. And we seem to be applying it much broader than it was ever intended. And as a result, we're looking at the $500,000 to pay fish and wildlife biologists. We're looking at a potential, we don't know, 6 months to a year process that extends beyond the state's provisional sunset. And we're just creating a hurdle that was not envisioned by the MND. And the MND went unchallenged. There was a window to challenge it for somebody to argue that this mitigation measure should be applied to pre-existing development. That didn't happen. And so we're asking the board to provide clarity to staff that we want to follow what was in the MND literally, meaning existing cultivation efforts do not need an SSHR. New expansion that's contiguous does not need an SSHR. New development that is non-contiguous would be subject to this SSHR. So we would keep the contract with CDFW moving. We would still need those biologists, but it would be a much smaller pool that we would need to process, and we may have some hope of getting through it this year.
Supervisor Hashak, do you have something you want to add?
There's a little bit more that we need to talk about, but I'm trying to pull that up from county staff about direction.
Well, one item that we need to be more specific on is what does contiguous mean? And staff may fine tune it, but we need to give some direction on that definition.
And I think that another part of this action that we're dealing with the cannabis today is that we wanted to direct the cannabis program to require resubmittal of all cultivation applications under review in a digital format with exact specifications of the format to be determined by the cannabis program staff with a firm submittal deadline of 60 days or less. Direct the cannabis program to reject all incomplete submittals and deny applications that do not respond during the specified time period. And that's something that we've talked about in the ad hoc with staff about, and we've talked at the board level too, about having everyone submit their full application. And that's the way we're going to get through this for everyone. So if the staff has to deal with incomplete submissions, then it's just bogs down the whole system. So I hope that if there's any questions on that, we can certainly take them.
Okay, great. So the third item you brought up, I think, is the more complicated, more detailed item for us to discuss today. I think that we could probably deliberate pretty quickly on the first 2 items that were, and also the other item, which was the aligning of the dates for people to apply to relocate out of the sunset zones. So if I'll just start off. So in SB 59, I had a chance to read the bill, read the draft letter, and my main comment simply is that both Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hashak, you both made reference to the fact that you fully anticipate and expect that the county would be and or the applicants would be obligated to provide some sort of routine update on the status of their applications. And I think it would be probably beneficial if we added that, some sentence to that effect in our letter of support. So I think if we could just agree to add a sentence to that effect, you know, that is to the letter, I think I would feel more comfortable with the letter because it has my name on it. But that's just my comment on that. And on the sunsets, I totally agree. I think I sort of see it as something of a clerical error. I think it was an unintentional mistake in not allowing people who we want to see relocate out of the residential neighborhoods into a more appropriate area. I believe we intended for them to have every opportunity to relocate. And I appreciate the fact that you've brought this to our attention. I only heard about it in the last couple of months. So I'm glad you're bringing this for our action. So I'd like to go to the other board members for any comments on the first two items. Any feedback on the first two items? Supervisor McGordy?
I'm just wondering about a time frame as far as reviewing the existing applications and when we would expect to get through them, especially letting people know who's not likely to receive a license because of the nature of their physical setup.
So I could probably take a stab at that. Planning staff may be able to give you a better answer. There's really no way for staff to look at the application and know with certainty how the state will process it. We're only making a guess. What we know is if the project description doesn't describe all development on the parcel, it's very likely that it'll be rejected by the state and there won't be another attempt. And yet if they describe it as there's a drying shed, it has electrical and it's not permitted, that's likely a denial as well. And so that leads us to conclude they need to be able to describe all of the development on the parcel and describe how it was permitted. For example, maybe the permit number or the date that it was finalized. This is standard CEQA. This is a project development needs to be documented. Staff has pointed out their best guess, 75% of the applications may be very low quality and may not pass. We would rather ask applicants to carefully reconsider their application, perfect it, submit it 100% complete, because we don't want to see them fail. And so this is not a punitive measure. We have majority of applications in a condition that likely won't pass to get a state license. As I understand, if they're not successful, they're out of phase one and there's no re-entry to phase one. So they may be waiting to go through phase three. And that could be a very long wait. It could take us a year to get this approved and processing, and it'll be a long line at the Planning Commission. So their best hope is to do a good job on their initial application.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I had a question on the way that the information about the sunset zones is written. It says specifically coastal zones, but would other sunset districts not apply?
No, it's only the coastal zones. It's my understanding.
So there were multiple sunset zones, but only the coastal zone had its sunset extended farther out. And so therefore it's the only one that's still in play, is my understanding.
Thank you for the clarification.
Do we have no more questions on the first two items? Do we want to go to the next three, or the third item?
I would just say that I would support adding the line that you mentioned to the letter about regular updates on the process for the applicants.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
I would support it too if I understand completely what it means. When you say an update, what are we talking about exactly? What would be in the update?
Well, go ahead, Supervisor Hashtag.
Yeah, from our conversations with CDFA, that's what they're going to require too, is progress, evidence of progress being made towards CEQA and getting their, annual permit. And so if they don't have a plan for getting to that point of their annual, if they aren't doing the work needed, then they'll be, CDFA will kick them out of the system. And so that's what part of the provisional extension would be, having proof that they're making progress towards that annual.
And is that reported to the county or to CDF directly? How is that handled?
It's going to be reported to CDFA. I don't know if the county wants to get in that business.
I wouldn't think.
I don't think we want to get in that business. As I understand, sometime around March 1st, a letter will go out to cultivators from CDFA telling them that they need to document the path they're going to take to meet the state CEQA requirement. And then approximately every quarter, they're going to need to show substantial progress. So it won't be enough to say I'm working on it. Maybe it'll be enough to show they've hired a consultant who's on the approved list. They have an agreement in place, and there's a progress report showing there's something tangible since the last report. So I'm gonna go with my colleagues. I don't know if the 60 days on our side is necessary. It may be that simply messaging the cultivators that they only have until the end of the year. There's not much time, and if they wait till the last minute, we may not be able to process. They need to get their applications in basically tomorrow, and they should already be complete. The fact that they aren't this far into the game is concerning. But in the next 60 days, they have a shot at it. Wait another 4 months to get it done, and it probably won't process in time.
Okay, so if that kind of allows all of us to discuss the first two items you brought up, then maybe we could just hone in on the third item you brought up, which is I think you just were addressing it again. So are there any questions at this point before we go to public comment on or staff reports on these first three items? Okay, I'm just gonna go to planning and building or to code enforcement. Is there anything that code enforcement or planning and building would like to say about any of these items being brought forward by the ad hoc?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. This is Julia Krog, Assistant Director. And I just wanted to note there is an aspect of the agenda item that is about the status of the third-party CEQA consultant framework. And I'm unsure if you would like for me to go through that now or if to wait until later on to provide that update, since it's not necessarily an action item. I'm happy to do either, but in regards to the other items that were discussed previously, we have no objection to the limited extension of the relocation date for the coastal area. And additionally, we are, support the SB 59 letter, as well as looking forward to direction on the sensitive species habitat review. And I agree with Supervisor Williams' comments that really what staff will be looking for is direction from the board, at least in, some we might refine it further after it gets sent back to staff, but really to focus on what is contiguous areas and non-contiguous areas and ensuring that we have a clear objective standard that staff can rely upon, just to make it very a lot easier for the staff when they are working through an application and determining what requires going to CDFW for review. So my only question then is whether or not you'd like for me to go through the update on the third-party CEQA consultant framework.
Maybe we could go into that just a little bit later, but just on the contiguous, maybe could you give us some, not giving any specific examples, but just sort of the range of kind of the outer limits, like what would be the outer limits of what we consider contiguous and what would be a tighter definition of contiguous, so we can kind of see what we're being asked to give feedback on.
Sure. So, there's not any specific definition necessarily in land use that we can go rely upon related to contiguous versus non-contiguous. A really strict definition would basically say, even if you're separated from an area that's presently under cultivation by, even like a foot or a couple feet, that would be considered non-contiguous expansion. So what the board could consider whether or not there's a particular distance between the area of current cultivation and any area that could be, expanded permitted cultivation to consider whether or not that is contiguous or non-contiguous. And I don't necessarily have a recommendation for the board on this in terms of what that distance is. I think it's really more of a policy call by the board as to what is appropriate and in line with providing protection of the environment, which is the real goal of the mitigation measure that was adopted in the original MND, requiring that there be, you know, this sensitive species habitat review and the less than significant impact determination before an application can be approved. So, you know, I can try to pull up a little bit more details maybe from some other jurisdictions to see how they handle contiguous, if that is a defined term within their code, but I am not aware, and I believe Supervisor Williams did a little research on this as well to see whether or not there was any definitions that could potentially be looked upon.
Well, maybe my question to the ad hoc committee members, in your review of contiguous, does it need to be on the same parcel? Are there examples that you would foresee that are on under the same ownership but an adjacent parcel? I'm just trying to understand what's the range of options that you're trying to get some feedback on.
Well, one of us has an extensive background in farming, and we were hoping to get some input, and we couldn't do it until open session here. But, you know, I have a fairly liberal view of this. You know, somebody may have two contiguous parcels. The fact that there's a separate APN, it's the same farm. And there are examples, you know, we don't want them clearing forest land. So if they had an existing site where they were cultivating, and then there's a permitted ag pond, and there's some compost pile, and then they add some new cultivation to the side of that, I would argue that's all contiguous, because farms have all these different aspects. It's not just about canopy touching canopy. Certainly, if it's a half mile away, that's a separate endeavor. That's new development. And so we were really hoping to get Supervisor McGordy to comment on what he saw based on farming practices, conventional farming. What would you see as contiguous?
Most of the cannabis cultivation we have is so small scale it's really hard to even, you know, think about it the way we think of vineyards. But in vineyards, we often have different APNs, but they're on the same ownership. You know, for me, contiguous on a small scale like this would be, you know, within line of sight, basically.
And when you say within line of sight, what if there's a clump of trees? Is it a line of sight if there wasn't terrain blocking the view?
Yeah, I think in pretty close proximity, because again, this is very small scale agriculture. The tricky part of this is that these are places that typically we don't farm things in. So there's stuff going on that regular farmers wouldn't be dealing with because the land's already been cleared and there are no trees. And you know, it's the scale really makes the difference as far as I'm concerned. If you know, if we're talking about an existing grow and you're within probably you know, 100 yards of it, it's contiguous as far as I'm concerned. But if we start moving out a quarter of a mile, then that's not contiguous in my thinking. So it depends. Go ahead.
So I'm following you, and I'm with you on this. Staff has asked us to come up with a numeric answer. And, you know, maybe that we could use a line of sight with binoculars, if you can see that other site, that qualifies. But I think they want to have very strict criteria so that we don't get in a position of appeals and, you know, constant debate about whether some development is in or if it's out. And then the other concern is this doesn't apply to non-contiguous existing development. So somebody who, you know, they may have started plants in plastic bags in one site, and then, you know, 6 weeks or 8 weeks moved them to another cultivation location, or, you know, depending on sun in a forested environment, they may have been shuffling. Those non-contiguous existing sites are exempt from this SSHR mitigation requirement. The county only asked for proof of prior. We didn't ask for proof of prior and show us all the places on your parcel you had been cultivating. So if we're not careful, I think we're going to get into an endless debate about evidence of were they cultivating in one location, or was it 4 spots on the parcel? Does it make sense to ask the cultivator under penalty of perjury to sign and annotate their plot plan where the existing development was prior to 2016? And it may be in more than one location. And what John and I were trying to look at is how do we apply this fairly with the original spirit of the MND, and so that we don't get stuck with 1,100 SSHRs that we know we can't get done. That number may dwindle significantly, but not if we ask staff to investigate every claim thoroughly. We can't go back 5 years and figure out what was on the ground.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm kind of thinking a line of sight is reasonable, because even if there's well, that's the problem. There's trees in the way, then it's not line of sight. I mean, line of sight or I don't know, maybe 100 yards or something is reasonable, because again, these are not large plantings in terms of agricultural enterprises. So
I did see a comment from Planning and Building. I want to make sure that they get a chance to say something about it.
Thank you, Chair Judy. Julia Krog, Assistant Director. And my only word of caution to the board is I would, I think in terms of a practicability of this for staff, if we can steer away from things that would require an inspection such as for line of sight and such, that would really, otherwise we're looking at another workload to put onto the department that would really take away from us being able to process those permits. So I would encourage that we think about something that can be looked at more in terms of an office review rather than requiring on the ground visiting the parcel. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could add to that just a little bit.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So just to make sure that the full board sort of understands some of the context here, the ordinance calls for planning and building to go ahead and develop objective criteria for determining when sensitive species habitat review is and is not required for a phase 1 permit application. Under the mitigated negative declaration, it's pretty clear that it's very clear that a relocation permit, that is a request to move from one parcel to another, would require a sensitive species review. It's also clear that there's a concept that within the same parcel that there may be a non-contiguous expansion, which would require sensitive species habitat review. And fundamentally, what planning and building is going to have to do here is develop an objective set of criteria that they can look at while they're sitting down in their office, going over the documents, and determine whether or not they think this qualifies as contiguous expansion or non-contiguous expansion. And so they're going to need some objective criteria to point to. They don't need the board to draft all of that criteria. The ordinance calls for the department to do it, but they do need a little bit of more clarification as to sort of what the board understood the term contiguous to mean in this context. And I would say it would help for the board to remember and understand that the context of the statement was with respect to the environmental impacts. That essentially the county determined that that sensitive species habitat review was not needed in conjunction with all of the other mitigation measures in the county for contiguous expansion, because that was something that was not going to have a significant environmental impact. So sort of viewing it through that lens, what does the board understand contiguous to mean, and sort of where would the line sort of be appropriate for the department to go ahead and draw, what is going to require the SSHR review and what is not.
Well, so based on that, I have a follow-up question. Maybe this is for staff, but if there's a part of the parcel, either parcel, say they have two parcels, that is already developed in some fashion, it's not in a natural state, could that be used as an objective criteria for saying it's an adjacent location, but but it's not having an impact on the environment?
Julia Krog, Assistant Director. It could possibly be. I think we would have to think about what is developed and possibly thinking through what are our objective criteria for being developed, because somebody can say, well, I've got, some minor sort of improvement in that area, and therefore that makes it as a developed area when really it's primarily in its natural state. So I think we would just need to think through that a little bit further and make sure that there's some clear objective criteria that staff can rely upon when thinking about that.
So what if we were to just go by the parcel And, you know, there was a very small amount of expansion that could be allowed under phase one. If the development is already done, I don't know that we're saving the environment by, you know, relocating it and ask that they now make it physically touching the existing canopy. And it would be a really easy way for staff to check off, yeah, the APN matches. That was envisioned under the MND.
If I may respond to that, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So the only problem with that approach is that it does appear from the MND that it contemplated the possibility that there would be something called non-contiguous expansion on a single parcel that would not involve a relocation permit. So I think the intent based on the document was that there'd be some limit as to where, beyond what was otherwise in the ordinance, as to where relocation could be without a sensitive species habitat review. I think it's pretty ambiguous as to exactly where that line was to be drawn, but I don't know that you're going to be able to use just the parcel.
So I'll take that. So I think we should lean towards a greater distance, because there are examples where it wouldn't be the best for the environment to allow the new development to be immediately adjacent to the existing. We would rather people avoid water courses and avoid tree removal and use an existing pad that's been graded. And I think we may have more environmental destruction by requiring that it physically be touching the existing site. So, you know, I guess I would lean towards coming up with a reasonable distance, and I would like that distance to be, fairly significant, so that they can choose an optimal location for the environment rather than, being forced based on an arbitrary constant.
And Supervisor Heshek, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I would. I'm just trying to figure out the process at this point, because you know that of these 1,100 people in the process, that we probably have 1,100 different scenarios going on. And so I don't know if we as a board can figure this out, or maybe the ad hoc needs to take it back and sit down with staff and look at some of those objective criteria. That would, from my point of view, that would probably be the best way to do it. You know, we have general guidance, but if I thought what we're really looking for is guidance from the board to pursue this process of accepting the MND as the guiding principle in the SSHR question. So if we have board approval, you know, saying, yeah, the MND should be the guiding principle, and that, you know, if we have objective criteria, then, you know, people can opt out of doing the SSHR. I think that would be a real huge step forward for a lot of cultivators in our county, and give us the parameters to, you know, create these objective criteria.
Okay, so on that question that Supervisor Heshek posed, Supervisors McGordy and Mulhern, do you have any feedback?
Well, I'm still trying to, I think, I'm not sure who said it, but there probably are 1,100 different scenarios here. So then the question is, you want any expansion to be in close proximity to the existing one without doing damage, is basically how I see it. That probably, it's highly variable. You know, if you're on flat, cleared ground, you know, it's not a big deal. When we start getting into places that have more slope that may have been graded, it becomes a big deal. And so that's why it's difficult to give a clear answer and direction to staff on this. So it's not something that can be decided on the spot, and I think it needs some thoughtful evaluation as to what makes sense to do next.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, I think that having opportunities available to do the least environmental damage, I can see making it adjacent to an existing garden may actually cause more damage than moving to a different piece of land on your parcel. So I do think that there are many variables.
But I would also say I have some concern as to what kind of grow we're talking about. So if we're talking about a situation where people are doing grading to expand their operation, then that makes me concerned. If they're talking about doing a mixed light grow, that makes me concerned, because that's expanding making a significant environmental impact when they do things like that. Not even thinking about sensitive species, but grading is the biggest environmental intrusion that we make on the landscape in Mendocino County, whether it's a road or a pad. That changes the hydrology of the location. It collects water that then has to be, removed. There's all those issues associated with it. So I think that's another factor when we think about any kind of expansion is how is it going to be done? Is it working with the native soil? Is it working with the native terrain? Those are all things that affect what's likely to be an impact from the expansion. If it's on a flat meadow that was cleared hundreds of years ago, not hundreds, but 150 years ago, that's not really the same as if someone wants to go to a spot that's kind of clear, but wants to trim some trees around the edges and stuff, then that starts to have impacts. And if they start grading it, that makes it even more impactful. So that's all the stuff that has concerns for me. So I'm not articulating this really clearly because I haven't thought about it. I mean, it's real easy, and we brought this up. There's actually having the thing contiguous, an expansion contiguous could do more damage depending upon where it was and what's around it.
So maybe we could give some initial feedback before you open up to public comments. So big picture, the question posed by the ad hoc, I support the concept of allowing people to expand, relocate into an adjacent. I think the question is how exactly do we create an objective criteria for staff to be able to manage that review? There's still some more work to be done there for sure, but I support the concept. So that's my feedback. And Supervisor Mulhern and McGorty, do you have just sort of that kind of level feedback?
I agree with your feedback for the ad hoc.
Yeah, I do as well.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Chair Jurdy, thank you. I think the real question is according to the mitigated negative declaration statement that they don't need a sensitive species habitat review if the grow site at 2016, and whatever expansion is contiguous, is a valid approach for our county. And so if we have that direction, then we can figure out, okay, what does contiguous actually mean? What's that criteria going to look like? But it would be good, I think, for the ad hoc to hear that the board supports that approach of not requiring the sensitive species and habitat review for those existing sites.
So that's what I was trying to say, and I think that's what the whole board's saying.
Okay.
So before we open to public comment, I just want to circle back. Any other board comments or any other staff comments before we go to public comment?
Yeah, I have one. I agree with everything I've heard from all four of you. I think staff had asked us to give some attempt at a specific definition today, because we have a lot of loose ends and we basically have negative time. If we kick this down the road 2 more weeks, we can do it, but there's so many aspects of cannabis that we're kicking down the road. We're afraid we're going to miss the deadline. So we may do we want, and I could argue it either way, but I'm curious where my colleagues think we should go. Should we try to come up with a distance today so that cultivators can start planning? Because if they have development that is much farther away than what we come up with, maybe they want to remove that before they submit an application, because that may kill their entire project and put them back into the illegal market or shut down. They may be better off with their existing site from 2016 than their existing site and some expansion, which won't qualify. But if they don't hear a number, even if it's not final, but an estimate of where we're going, I think it leaves them in a position where they can't complete the application that we're requesting they submit immediately.
So if I had to make a judgment immediately, I would just say that it has to be physically touching the existing grow. And then there's no question. It's really clear, and we know that it's contiguous. And so then beyond that, it starts to get a little bit more difficult to give planning guidance about how they should make the decision. So I can see, I've been thinking about, you've got an existing 5,000 foot block, and you add another 2,000 or 3,000 feet to it, like within 20 feet, that's contiguous. If we put if that same planting was, 200 or 300 feet away, then it starts to become possibly a different situation. So it just depends upon how clear you want to make it. If we have to have something that's absolutely clear, it means it's really very close, within a stone's throw, literally.
Supervisor Hashak?
I guess, thank you, Chair. Question for County Council would be, if we said contiguous was, on the same plot, and which could be, 20 acres away, would that leave us, could we be challenged on the MMD for not honoring it?
So to respond through the chair, I do think that you could, or yes. Based on the MND, it looks to me like there is a concept that non-contiguous expansion refers to something other than expansion on a different parcel, because we separate those out. We refer both to relocation and to non-contiguous expansion. So there's some idea that expansion on the same parcel could require sensitive species habitat review. I think there's significant ambiguity as to what exactly contiguous means in that context, and quite frankly, what it's contiguous to. Whether it's contiguous to where all of the plants were grown, where some of the plants were grown, whether it's contiguous to existing development as opposed to a specific garden site. So there's certainly some ambiguity in there as to what exactly that meant in that context, but I don't think you could go so far as to say that any new grow site on an existing parcel would be considered contiguous expansion, because I think there was a concept that non-contiguous expansion would involve something on the same parcel.
Okay, well, maybe this would be a good time to one, go back to planning and at least get the update that we held off, and then go to public comment on this agenda item.
All right, thank you, Chair Jurdy. Julia Krog, Assistant Director. So just for a very brief update on the third-party CEQA consultants framework that was directed by the board. On February 3rd, we were able to publish the minimum qualifications and statement of qualifications that firms need to submit back to our office. And that's then published on our website. We have a link for that. Currently, we have 10 firms that are posted online and available for the general public to review. Then additionally, on February 10th, there was an ad hoc town hall, and prior to that meeting, we were able to publish the draft Appendix G document, or the 15168 checklist that is required if folks are looking to pursue that route with the state for their CEQA compliance. And we also included a scope of work and the method of submittal for those documents. Now, since we've put out those various documents, we've gotten numerous questions, and I think one of the most common ones we've been receiving in our office is, what route do I go? And that's something that comes in from many of the cultivators and or possibly their consultants as well. So I just want to state publicly that our office cannot give advice on what route to pursue to get their CEQA compliance with the state for their license. And we will be reviewing, if you pursue the Appendix G or the 15168 checklist route, then county staff will review the project description and review the document provided. And then if it meets our standards, we will go ahead and sign it then and provide it back to the applicant to provide to the state. If folks decide to pursue a notice of exemption, they need to contact CDFA and work directly with the California Department of Food and Agriculture on that pathway to compliance. And similarly, if they choose to prepare their own CEQA document with a consultant. So that is my short update, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for the update. Any other questions at this time? Supervisor McGordy?
So Julia, tell me about the people on this list. How are they qualified to be on the list?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor McGordy. Julia Krog, Assistant Director. And the minimum qualifications, that is what the county staff recommends. However, what is put in there is on our website, there's a bit of a disclaimer that basically says, regardless of whether or not you possess those minimum qualifications, you can submit a statement of qualifications. And what this does is it allows the cultivators or their agents to be able to review those different statements of qualifications and determine which firm they may wish to work with. The county is not vetting or approving or condoning these consultants. This is really, we're providing sort of a repository for these consultants to be able to connect with the cultivators and be able to review some of their past work and their statement of qualifications.
So essentially, there's no standards here. It's just what people say that they're qualified to do the environmental review.
Well, we provided our recommended minimum qualifications, but just with the limited time that we have available, in order for the county to vet consultants, we'd be looking at approximately about a 6-month process just to establish a committee to be able to review those. And and so just in the time that we have, it was not possible for county staff to be able to vet those consultants.
Okay, that makes sense.
Supervisor Williams?
Applicants are not required to use a consultant, so they don't have to use someone on their list. They can write this themselves. They can hire somebody not on the list. But when CDFA asks to show progress, they may have more evidence of progress if they're working with a consultant on our approved list. It is optional. There may be some people who have their county permit today who leave this meeting finding out they don't need an SSHR. They're ready to go on their project description and their Appendix G. If they submit that and staff verifies that it's truthful, we should be ready to submit it to the state, and an annual license should be available, assuming they've done everything right.
Okay. All right. Well, go ahead, Supervisor Williams.
Sorry, one last bite here. I wonder if we're talking about what is close, what is contiguous. The state definition of contiguous is 1,000 feet because they tell us that a grow has a setback of 1,000 feet. If it's closer than 1,000, it's too close to the neighboring parcel. Could we reuse that definition for contiguous?
In my opinion, that's generous. You know, I mean, if the state's using that as their definition of what's close, then I'm pretty sure that most of, most contiguous grows would fall within that category.
And then we're not reinventing a term. We're using what the state has decided arbitrarily, but they've decided that means close.
Yeah, well, I kind of like that. If we already have a legal definition of close from that, why reinvent it and why go through a complicated process? That being said, when I think about 1,000 feet on my property, if I went 1,000 feet from where I'm sitting right now, I'd be in the middle of the Russian River. So it's pretty clear that there's a lot of change in vegetation and terrain here in Mendocino County in that distance. That's actually pretty far when we look at our ecosystem.
For the benefit of all of us in the meeting, including members of the public, perhaps the ad hoc or the planning and building could clarify this. So when we're looking at a contiguous cultivation site, regardless of whether it's 200 feet or 1,000, just to clarify, this cultivation site would still be meeting all of the county's setback requirements from adjacent parcels or adjacent, is that true?
It is true, and it would meet the environmental restrictions. For example, they couldn't remove trees to put in the site just because it's within that 1,000 feet. They're not able to remove forest and grade for the purpose of putting in a cultivation site. And it may be that some folks don't have site within that 1,000 feet that would qualify because of other environmental concerns. So it's not a blanket allowance. It's just if it's an allowance if they meet all of the other environmental restrictions.
Okay. So if we have no other, okay, Supervisor Hashtag.
Well, I would just add to that definition of close being 1,000 feet is that my fear is that, contiguous and close aren't exactly the same. And so that's something, we need to work it out. And I don't know if we're going to be able to do it right now, but.
Well, we have two options. One is 1,000 feet, and the other one is just physically in physical proximity to the existing growth. That's the two extremes that we can take a look at.
Okay, so I think this might be a good time to go to public comment, and I'm sure we have some on this. Can we start to hear from the public?
First on the line is Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, board. When this resubmit in electronic form, is there a template? What type of format? Is it individual PDF documents? Is there somewhere on the county site that actually says what format this should be in when it's applied to? And the other thing is when people are asking about CEQA going with the county or the state, is it possible for the county to let people know that if they apply directly to the state for the CEQA, that the state can't do mitigation, whereas if they apply through the county, they have ability to work and fix those without being rejected? And thank you. Those are my questions and comments.
Next on the line is Sarah Bodner.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy and members of the board. This is Sarah Bodner. I'm the Policy Director for the Cannabis Business Association of Mendocino County. I want to start by saying thank you so much to the ad hoc, truly, for your dedication to finding local solutions, as well as keeping your eyes on what's going on a statewide level and bringing forward the agenda item today. We really appreciate both the diligence of your work and the amount of transparency you're bringing to this process. The community engagement, ad hoc meetings, briefings for the industry, it's really admirable. And I know other counties are watching what's happening in Mendocino, and I hope that they will follow your lead, specifically in support for SB 59. We hope that this interpretation of the mitigated neg deck will enable a majority of phase one operators to get first in line for annual licenses, and that for the rest of operators, the line will be a lot shorter for those that have to use the CDFW biologists. So we view this as a huge step forward and look forward to working out the details around the exact definitions. As for SB 59, we see this as a bit of a Hail Mary. We're not sure that it's any sort of guarantee, and we all want a legislative fix that can ensure continuity of cultivation. We gladly support it. We have submitted our letter of support, and we also have a template on our website if any other operators in the county or other counties want to sign on as well. I hear the community concerns that are being raised around extending provisionals, and a question of, is this going to be more of the same, or is there going to be ongoing non-compliance? I think that Chair Jurdy's clarification about progress updates is important to understand. And I think it would also be good for the community to hear what is it going to mean if people are not making progress, and if there are phase one operators that are not taking steps towards environmental compliance, how is the county going to handle that? I think it would be good for all of us to hear that and understand what the next years might look like if we do get an extension on provisionals. Thank you so much.
Next is Blair Auclair.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Blair. I'm a farmer in Covelo. Have a farm here with a 5,000 square foot mixed light and 5,000 square foot outdoor. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate the conversation happening about contiguous. And it seems like that all the conversation that has happened and also the input from the public, that it would be best probably to bring the final decision back to the ad hoc because it seems like a complicated decision and that would need to be discussed more. I would also like to say to just consider as far as how different parcels were laid out, that also potentially that having something broader would be better and that allowing more space, because it's very possible that where people were cultivating in the past, since it had to be pre a certain date, that it was possibly hidden in places, and that potentially where the current cultivation site is much more appropriate. I think that it would be best to have the ad hoc continue to figure out what the definition is, and I would think that it would be best for it to be more inclusive as opposed to less inclusive. And also just to remind about, being able to, there probably are a number of places that are on hillsides. I'm not personally, but that if we're going to use that comparison to the destruction of properties on or land on hillsides, I would ask you to look at around our county, how complete hillsides are covered in grapes and what kind of environmental effect that has had on the land, where you're talking about small 10,000 square foot gardens is a huge difference. So in that respect, we are talking very small scale, and that allowing some allowances for that would, I think, is the way to go. And also I definitely support the board supporting SC 59 and also allowing for the people to transfer in the sunset zones. Thank you.
Next is Michael Katz.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Honorable Supervisors, this is Michael Katz, the Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Thank you for taking time to discuss these important issues. We sincerely appreciate your continued efforts to ensure that existing operators are able to keep operating while these items are figured out. We fully support directing the ad hoc and staff to begin implementing the SSHR only on non-contiguous expansion. Thank you. This is an extremely helpful move. Listening to the conversation about the definition of contiguous, it seems like a reasonable approach would be to allow for contiguous expansion to include all expansion within 1,000 feet or connected by any previously disturbed soil, including pre-existing roads. In essence, if a new road wasn't required to access the site, then it should be considered contiguous. We respectfully request the opportunity to meet with the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee and county staff to assist in the development of guidance and clarification on this matter. We additionally appreciate the clarification that applicants will in fact be asked to resubmit their complete applications. Since the previous supervisors meeting where this was discussed, 30-day corrections required letters have continued to go out, leading to some confusion. We also appreciate Supervisor Williams' clarification that folks should not be required to submit their resubmission packets within 60 days. If folks are working concurrently on their county resubmissions and their CEQA documents with qualified professionals, as well as waiting for building permits to be issued and or finalized by the county building department, they may need more than the 60 days to prepare and resubmit a perfected application. Regarding Section 2, MCA supports the decision to reopen the ability to relocate cultivation sites to those cultivators located in a sunset zone. It is imperative that staff prioritize these applications and exercise the utmost level of flexibility and assistance for sunsetting cultivators as they navigate the initiation of transferring permits to a new location in a way that mitigates the expenses incurred and minimizes a break in operation. Additionally, we recommend that permit relocation be reopened for all Phase 1 cultivators, as this allowance would allow some folks who may have a more then significant environmental impact to move to a more ideal site, reducing environmental impacts while not dragging the phase 3 use permit queue. Regarding SB 59, in addition to a statutory extension of the state's provisional licensing program, together with our state advocacy partner, Origins Council, we are conducting the legal analysis to inform sound policy recommendations to address CEQA compliance challenges facing legacy cannabis producing regions as well. We're grateful to Senator Caballero for introducing Senate Bill 59, which proposes this extension for the provisional licensing program. Origins Council has a meeting with the office of Senator Caballero regarding this bill, which as of this writing has not yet been set for committee hearing dates. MCA is working with other regional partners and advisors of Origins Council to draft a letter of support for SB 59 that also addresses the underlying challenges to annual licensure necessitating the extension. We are preparing to submit our letter once the committee hearing dates are set for this bill.
Next is Amanda Ryman.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amanda Ryman, and thank you for giving me the time to speak. And thank you for your continued work on this very complicated issue. Today, I'm here representing Flow Cannabis Company, a licensed cannabis distributor, processor, and manufacturer in Redwood Valley, and I'm speaking in support of SB 59. We currently hold provisional licenses for processing and distribution in Mendocino County. We began the local licensing process in 2017, and despite constant attention and a desire to progress, have only been able to obtain a state annual permit for our manufacturing facility. This issue is shared across the supply chain in Mendocino County, where upwards of 90% of our licensees are on provisional licenses that will expire at the end of 2021. This includes over 1,000 small farmers who have been stuck in CEQA purgatory. Ultimately, the future success of the state program is tied to amending how applicants interact with CEQA, but this will take time to address and a mindful approach to get right. However, time is running out. And this is not just a Mendocino problem. Across the state and across the supply chain, more than 75% of licensees are still operating on provisional licenses. Because every cannabis application at the state level is considered discretionary, each application is designated a project in need of site-specific CEQA. Whether the applicant is a small farm on rangeland in Mendocino or a dispensary in the middle of Los Angeles, each must complete this requirement. This has created an untenable bottleneck at the state level and the unfortunate reality that not all applicants will pass this hurdle. Absent an extension of the provisional license program, the risk to California and Mendocino's legal cannabis market is significant. If provisional licenses fall out of the legal marketplace, existing businesses will be left with few options, including moving to the illicit market or shuttering operations. This will decimate the critical progress made by the state and local jurisdictions to bring the industry into compliance thus far. SB 59 will prevent costly disruptions in compliant business activity and will ensure that cannabis businesses continue on a path to achieving full CEQA compliance. For Mendocino, it will allow businesses that have been working towards annual licenses for over 4 years to continue this process as the county develops the Phase 3 program, which will hopefully include a bridge for those from the Phase 1 program that will allow continuity of operations. We therefore support the issuance of the support letter for SB 59 from the county, and I really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Next is Corinne Powell.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you very much for extending this conversation. I'm a little concerned about how the discussion went from line of sight from Supervisor McGorty to contiguous canopy. That seems like quite a far stretch, but I agree that you should define it further. I think if you take the roots apart in contiguous, it becomes, with touching or something of that derivation. I don't want it to be difficult and too far in terms of what really is common sense. So thank you for reconsidering. I'm one of the folks who wants to try and submit an Appendix G and project description. And I've been in communication with Julia and Laura of the Planning and Building Department Cannabis Group. And I just want to be sure that someplace really soon we can have just a complete sequential listing of what folks can do if they are looking to independently submit their CEQA information to the county lead agency for approval and, and further submittal to CDFA. So let's get that somehow defined clearly and someplace where it's accessible to the public website, whatever. Other than that, thank you again for continuing to try to help those of us in phase 1 make it to an annual license. And I want to support all of the small farmers in our community who are endeavoring to stay in this business. Thank you very much.
Next is Hannah Nelson.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. This is Hannah Nelson, and thank you, everybody, for your hard work on these issues. I fully support the comments made by MCA, Michael Katz, delivering them for MCA. And I also want to support something that Blair O'Clair said with respect to prior cultivation having been located hidden away. And we're going back and requiring people in phase 1 to have proof of prior cultivation unless they properly did a relocation under the extinguish and transfer program. And so it is really important to consider that as they were given the okay to come up to the terms of 10A17, and that did in fact anticipate and contemplate expansion up to those allowable levels, that definitely meant that they were going to be starting additional garden sites in different areas or expanding the sites that they were on. At any rate, I completely support the idea of having the ad hoc work with staff and stakeholders to come up with clear definitions and guidance, and also simultaneously pushing through those very clear cases, since it does seem that there was consensus by this board, and I would encourage you to firm that up, that where there's absolutely clear cases and staff felt like they could operate to continue to process the applications without the SSHR in those clear cases, to not wait until the further definition is refined and the parameters explained. But then I would urge that this is calendared again to come back so that decision can be made about a definition. Additionally, I would request that you seriously consider not requiring 60-day resubmission timeframe, or if it is 60 days, that it's 60 days once with a staggered and published timeframe of how the county is going to be receiving applications. I have clients who I have submitted maybe 4 separate sets of information that was needed to be responded to immediately, and then it just sat and languished. And so to require people, some of whom definitely will want assistance, and especially if the county wants quality packets and accurate information and maps that are up to date and to scale, et cetera, and project descriptions that are properly prepared.
So that concludes the public commenters on the line at this time.
Okay, so to take it back to the board, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, two questions I'd like to answer from that feedback. The question about assistance, I don't think there is any county assistance on this. Cultivators who are seeking a state license, you're an application of the state of California, not of the county. You're going after a state license. The county can't be assisting in that process. We just don't have the staff. Do the arithmetic, there's no way. And we don't have the expertise or the authority. So a county planner could tell you, yes, this looks good. And then the state could reject it and you could be out of license. We can't put the county planning staff in that position. And then the other is the county review versus the state review. There's only one review here, it's the state. The project description and the Appendix G will be verified by our staff, meaning we're not going to send information to the state that we know is erroneous. So when you write your project description and you do your Appendix G, don't put information in that the county didn't review, because that's what we're going to be verifying to make sure that we're vouching for what's in that document matches our records. But as far as whether it's a quality application that the state will accept, that's between you as a cultivator and CDFA.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ron Edwards asked the question about the portal and how people are going to be submitting their application documents. So I'd like to go to Planning and Building to explain that process.
Thank you, Supervisor Hashak. Julia Krog, Assistant Director. So we have been working with our IT department on establishing a portal, and we are also working on a document that we will be sharing publicly for folks so they can understand how they will submit that documentation, as well as what naming convention they should utilize when they do so. Right now, what we are thinking about is that the applicants or the cultivators would be required to submit various documents as individual PDFs, and then they will zip it all together into one file folder and then upload that into the portal. But we are still working through this, so expect some additional guidance on that coming out within the next couple weeks here. And I will be meeting with, or continuing my meetings with, our Information Services Department on establishing that portal and getting it ready to go live. And we'll be sure that there's a press release when it will go live.
Okay, thank you. And also Corinne Powell had the question about the CDFA and the CEQA submittal process, and that asking for the county to explain that. But I think that that's a question that the applicant will have to go through CDFA and get the information there. And that process will, go directly from the applicant to CDFA. Do I have that correct, Supervisor Williams?
I think the part the county can help with is the instructions on how to resubmit the 100% complete application. Is that one PDF? Is there a table of contents? Is there a checkoff sheet? Planning will have the task, maybe they have it now, of writing up the instructions, publishing it on the website. We expect cultivators to follow it. This is sort of like going to the DMV. You bring all your paperwork, they look it over. If there's a document missing, they tell you to take it home and bring it back when it's complete. We're not going to put planning staff in a position where we have 80% applications and then you bring in a little bit more and a little bit more and they work with you. You submit it all and they're going to either approve it or reject it.
Okay, well, I think we've had some discussion and maybe a little bit of feedback on board concepts for what's adjacent to cultivation, but clearly we're looking to the ad hoc to work with staff and others to refine that. I don't know that it really needs to come back to the full board, so I'm kind of looking to the whole board. Do you want the ad hoc's work to come back to the full board, or do you want to give additional feedback and then delegate it? Because I think time is of the essence here. Supervisor McGordy?
I'd be comfortable just with them reporting out when they've reached a conclusion. And I suspect in the process you'll hear from cultivators themselves about what they might think of as being contiguous.
So that we walk away with clear direction. Yes. Is the criteria a system that planning feels comfortable that won't be significant staff time. That'll just be the cut and dry analysis they can do, and county council agreeing that in their view it's defensible.
For me, that would be the two criteria. I think we can't really, there's just not enough time for staff to go out to the sites and evaluate. Yes, that meets line of sight.
I would agree with those two criteria, and also as much as we can align with the state permitting process, I think that should also be something that I would appreciate the ad hoc could head in that direction so it's consistent with the state.
Anything else, Supervisor McGordy?
Just a question, since I'm a little bit new to the process. So right now people have provisional permits. At some point, does the permit become more perennial, like a land use permit, essentially, where once you've got your permit, then it's subject to renewal so many years? Or is this going to be an annual process? Because it seems like it's a huge amount of work if it's an annual process.
Yeah, so there's two components of authorizing a cannabis cultivation: county permit and a state license. The county permit comes in two flavors right now: the embossed receipt, meaning they started on the process, but they haven't completed everything to get a permit. The state license also comes in two flavors. There's the provisional, which was given to buy some time because this was a large-scale transition across the state, and a state annual. When that state annual is the final license that that's really what everybody is after. If you don't have both of those, the permit and the license, you can't legally cultivate in Mendocino County. The permit, if any changes are made, if there's new development, the applicant needs to go through this process again. This is part of why we want to move to phase 3. Under phase 3 with use permits, the use permit may be good for 10 years.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. That seems like, I'm thinking again of the county and the workload that we have them under, the way that things have been never ending. And when you think about all other permits we give for buildings and such, they're or wineries or use permits, and they're subject to renewal in case something isn't working out good, but they do last a long time. So once you've been through the process, it's you're finished for a while, and the PBS is done for a while with it. So it just seems like we're at the moment we're in sort of continuous permit purgatory here, trying to get this finished. And it's the one thing I hadn't anticipated actually running for supervisor was the amount of work that goes into this one subject area. I knew that it was substantial, but I mean, it's obviously we could spend even more time than we do to try to work it out. So, appreciation to the ad hoc to take this on, because I know you're putting a lot of time into it.
Okay, so I'll circle back one more time with staff. Does county planning staff feel comfortable with this direction to the ad hoc and to staff as being adequate?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Julia Krog, Assistant Director. I think we are comfortable and we can work with this direction received today.
Chair Jurdy, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. We do have two callers on the line who registered for telecomment and were not on the line at the time of public comment. So it is, we can take those calls if it's your prerogative.
Go ahead, yeah.
On the line is Monique Ramirez.
Hello, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. There was a mix-up with the Zoom. I just wanted to bring up the fact that cultivators that can't meet the definition of whatever is going to be defined for contiguous, if they are able to hire a qualified biologist to examine for the SSHR in that specific newly expanded site and makes a determination that there are no significant impacts, we would like to see that an applicant then be able to provide this documentation with their Appendix G application. And since the county gets to have discretion, if these things need to be reviewed further to CDFW or not, that in this instance, if they can prove that it doesn't have any significant impact, then they can move forward. I'd really like to see some discussion around that. Also, for those that have already received an approved county permit or have received a recent renewal, in regards to resubmitting a completely new application, how is that going to be handled? That seems almost inefficient if these people have just passed through all of the requirements, especially with the SSHR requirement. And I wanted to say that CCAG is totally in support of SB 59 and also the recommendation that Supervisor Jurdy made about including continuation of working on your CEQA documents. This is a key piece to getting the opposition of SB 59 to understand that we're not saying push out provisional licenses and not address CEQA. That is definitely at the heart of this issue. And so we want to make sure that that's clearly defined. And so we totally support that. And personally, I would like to state that anybody in this county that received a county permit and it was actually done incorrectly for the SSHR, those people should have actually been operating on a county embossed receipt like everyone else and not paid all of those permit fees all those years if they were improperly approved. And also, if those sites were approved for the expansion and it's not going to fall under this contiguous area now because the latest definition is going to roll out, that's really disheartening for people that thought they were approved, went ahead and made these build outs, did the things that they were doing, and now to say rip that out of the ground so that you can meet this Appendix G. Like, we're talking about their entire livelihood, the way that they conduct business, and this is not okay. And I think that the county needs to take responsibility for this. And if you were issued an incorrect SSHR, that's not our fault. So, and we've been asking time and time again, who was issued incorrectly, which ones are good, when we still have not gotten an answer. So we'd love to see that be clarified. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate the clerk of the board helping me to get back on the line. Thank you so much.
Next is Paul Hansberry.
The board helping me to get back on the line. Thank you so much.
Identify yourself.
Hello, this is Susan Tibbin. Can you hear me? Hello, this is Susan Tibbin. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is Susan Tibbin, and Paul Hansberry will be speaking next. I'll be very quick. Crop rotation and companion planting in uneven terrain. Thank you so much. Hello, this is.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, there's a feedback and I lost my place. Anyway, we want to incentivize the farmers to follow environmental best practice by utilizing all possible growing areas, which do not necessarily physically touch each other. So I'm wondering if we could partially rely on written description and photographic evidence of the terrain of a given parcel. And the contiguous nature of each applicant's planting area or lack thereof will be much clearer with those two pieces of information. And the few that remain could be looked at a case-by-case basis. And finally, we're looking at extreme weather change. If we look at recent storms as an example, those storms have eliminated many of our growing areas, but opened up others. So let's look at an inclusive approach rather than a narrow interpretation of contiguous. Thank you, and I'm going to turn this over to Paul Hansberry.
Hello, thank you for all of your hard work. This is Paul Hansberry. Suppose you put in language that I'm reading directly from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It says if you change your project so that it differs materially from the project you described in your original notification, you will need to submit a new notification and corresponding fee to CDFW. Please note that you are responsible for complying with all applicable local, state, and federal laws in completing your work. does not relieve you or any person on acting behalf complying with the Fish and Game Code, including but not limited to Section 250, etc. So if you put disclaimers on your on any sort of expansion, then those you still need to comply with state and local laws for environmental protections. There's a lot of difficulty for smaller farmers to afford consultants. So going the first route with the Appendix G seems the most attractive, but also it seems a little bit more complicated. And I don't know who we would go to ask for guidance on filling that particular item out. Some of the, especially in Section 17, it seems a little ambiguous or confusing, at least to me. Thirdly, we want to strongly support SB 59, the extension of the provisionals versus an extinction event for all of California. So strongly support that. And with regards to contiguous, that is by definition, a semantically ambiguous word. Why it was put in is interesting. But if you were to put in, stick with contiguous and try to define it, you can't put, because there are different meanings. There are two different meanings. And I think that would be in your project description, and then up to the discretion or the attitude of the reviewing entity, whether it be the state or the county. So those sorts of things, I think, would be a consideration. 1,000 square feet may put you in the middle of the Russian River, or it may put you to another more appropriate site on another piece of property. Some parcels out here are 600 acres, and the other one portion of the property may geographically be a bit more suitable. So those are things I'd like you to consider, and thank you very much. Bye-bye.
This concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for alerting us to additional comments. Any other direction to the board, to the ad hoc that we'd like to make at this time? Okay, not seeing it. So does the ad hoc and does staff feel like they have general direction from the board?
Yeah, I think it was Chair Jurdy. I think it was a good discussion, and I do think that we have something that we can work with.
Do you want to put it to a vote? Should I move recommended action?
I'll second it.
Are we ready for a roll call vote, Chair Jurdy?
Yeah, so our recommended action, taking into account our discussion today, I think it's, okay, go ahead.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thanks. I believe that brings us to our last item of the day, which is item 7A, which involves the Air District. So do we have Air District staff for this item?
Chair Jurdy, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. I would like to respectfully request a brief break for staff.
Okay, sure. So we'll come back at 3:45.
Thank you.
5 will go back into session, and we are now meeting as the Mendocino County Air Quality District, and we have Mendocino County Air District staff with us, including Director Barbara Moed. Would you like to lead us into this item?
Surely. So basically, we want to go over a paper actually put together by the Air District's Counsel, Christiana Darlington, who is here with us, entitled The Legal Basis for Pile Burning in Mendocino County. And I've got a couple of introductory slides about how we got here, why I asked for this analysis. But I guess I'll take a couple of minutes and just tell you a little bit about Christiana, because the Air District is very fortunate to have her as a contractor. We only have her 2 to 3 days a month, but she is an incredible resource for us. She, in the 2.5 years that she has worked with the district, she also was CAPCOA, the Air Pollution Control Officers, the chair of CAPCOA's Attorneys Committee. So she is a very deep resource, and we are fortunate. I think I also have, Warren Assey, who runs our smoke management program, has also joined us. So I would like to share my screen, if that's possible. Share screen, okay. So I'd first like to give a brief overview of the wildfire and related regulatory landscape in Mendocino County. As most of you know, the U.S. Forest Service, CAL FIRE, and local responsibility area fire departments all work to contain and or suppress wildfires. The Air District measures and reports particulate matter at its regulatory monitors, deploys temporary PM 2.5 monitors in populated areas near wildfires, and we issue air quality advisories and alerts with county public health when unhealthy levels of air quality are reached, so that the public can make informed personal protective decisions.
I'm so sorry. This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. Barbara, are you trying to screen share right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So so that didn't come up. So let's try that again, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So you'll find the icon up at the top of your screen. It'll give you the option to screen share.
Oh yeah, it was at the bottom before.
Yeah.
Okay. How's that?
It's coming online. Great. You've got it. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Lindsay. Okay. So as I was saying, the Air District also works with U.S. Forest Service Air Resource Advisors to forecast smoke impacts to the public during wildfire events. So as you can tell, with federal, state, regional, and local agencies responding to wildfires, it's complicated. And now regarding, let me see here if I can just get the full screen, the full slide on here. No. There we go. So now, regarding open burning and related regulatory landscape, burn permits in Mendocino County are currently issued by the Air District throughout the county, by CAL FIRE in state responsibility areas, and by some local fire departments in local responsibility areas. Smoke management plans, or SMPs, are issued by the Air District and are required by the state to reduce smoke impacts to the public from large burns of standing or piled vegetation exceeding area or emission thresholds. The district's mandates to enforce its burn regulations and report emissions from burning are currently impeded by this regulatory landscape. And this is what led me to task our council with a legal analysis of authority to regulate burning in Mendocino County. So let's see, at this point, I'll tell you a little bit more about Christiana. She, in addition to having us as a client, she also works for Placer Air Quality Management District and also Northern Sonoma Air Quality Management District. So, as I said, she is, in my opinion, an expert in air quality law, and we are fortunate to have her. Christiana?
All right, good afternoon, directors. I will be referring to as directors, as is appropriate for air pollution control meetings, district meetings. And I'm really happy to be here today and to meet a couple of you for the first time. And it's been quite a while since I've been in front of your board. And so hello again to those of you who I haven't seen in some time. So we'll just go on to slide 4 if we can. What I was asked to do with the paper, which I hope some of you may have had time to review, at least maybe with the bit of caffeine in your system. But anyway, I hope you did have a chance to take a look at the paper that I put together. It does have legal citations and authorities in the document. So as I go through my presentation, if you do want to see anything in more detail, please refer to that or ask questions, of course, but just know that there is something in writing that I'm made available through your agenda. So in general, right, air districts adopt and enforce rules and regulations that are meant to achieve federal and state ambient air quality standards. And this is typically based on the criteria pollutants associated with air quality. Just wanted to clarify that local air districts do not regulate greenhouse gas emissions. That's something that happens at the state level. So we regulate these emissions, and that comes from stationary sources. And we also regulate burning, and that is not about fire safety, really. That's about smoke. So we're in the business of making sure that smoke is managed properly and is regulated in a way that protects public health. In outdoor burning, there's also some county code sections. I just wanted to reflect that there are county code sections about burning, and they do basically mirror state law, and they support the district's actions in regulating burning. And I know you did have a recent amendment to some of the definitions associated with enforcement actions and the types of materials to be burned. So, taking that into context, this is really more about what the air district does in terms of permitting, but there is some crossover, so we can talk about that a bit later. Health and safety code section that I mentioned here allows the county to obtain a special permit from the district to organize and perform wood waste burning. So just to let you know, there's actually a special law. I don't know what the backstory of this was, but several decades ago, there was a law passed at the state legislature that allows this air basin, so Mendocino County and a few and others in the air basin, to participate in wood waste burning with a permit from the district. This is typically not allowed, but it is allowed in this area. If you ever want to go through that more, or I'd be happy to talk with your staff or anyone about that in more detail if you're interested. Okay, next slide. So the burning, it can be segregated into two primary categories. There's agricultural burning and non-agricultural burning. I'm going to talk about non-agricultural burning first. Non-agricultural burning is generally prohibited under state law. So it's something that we discourage in general. So the things that are the exceptions to that general prohibition includes the burning of combustible waste for a single-family home or two-family dwelling, outdoor fires for cooking. This is like a campfire, recreational purposes, and then the burning of an American flag. These are the examples from the state law. Additionally, there is a CARB rule that disallows combustibles to happen inside vessels. So it's the burning in waste bins, but in some places that is still allowed with special exceptions. Next slide. Other examples of non-agricultural burning actually include clearing of natural land for land development, the removal of crops and orchards, ditch, levee, right-of-way clearances. These are all exceptions that you need to get a permit for, but that you can go ahead and do with a simple process. Then additionally, there are also a series of emergency reasons that fires can be set by fire agencies for training or in an emergency situation, which is also available. Generally speaking, districts issue permits for all non-agricultural burning activities. And it is a power that we have that we cannot delegate. It's the power to permit non-agricultural burning. Next slide. Okay, so agricultural burning, I know this is tiny font. You can go and look this up. I'm not going to read this, but I wanted to let you know that there is a very specific definition for agricultural burning. Agricultural burning includes prescribed fire, and it includes rangeland habitat improvement. It includes vegetation management, and all of the different things that you can think of for the actual practice of agriculture as well. So agriculture is basically allowed with a permit. And so we have very specific rules issued by the California Air Resources Board called Title 17. It's a set of state regulations that governs how we permit these projects. The permits are generally required for any projects that are over 10 acres and emit more than 1 ton of PM. And these projects it's pretty well organized and standard operating procedure for most air districts. You can go to the next slide. So really quickly, just for some terms here, the smoke management guidelines are those Title 17 regulations that I just mentioned. Air districts have to have a smoke management program that they're required to adopt. And then applicants apply for a smoke management plan. We move to the next slide, I think. But those are the 3 steps that someone would have to do in order to get a document that would allow for them to do like a prescribed burn or something like that. It would be a smoke management plan that they would go through the district to adopt. Can we go back to slide 9?
Sorry.
That's okay. Okay. So also I wanted to mention that CAL FIRE also can issue agricultural burn permits as long as they are subject to the rules and regulations of a district or whatever district they're in. That's right there in Title 17. And wanted to mention that right now, our district is working with the local CAL FIRE unit to discuss an agreement about how best to work on permit issues together. As I'm sure you'll hear about this later, but we're not sure whether this is really going to lead to a 1 permit system as we were brainstorming about back in 2018 or 2019, but we hopefully will at least try to get a smoother administrative process in place and communication about how the 2 processes work together and refer to one another. Air districts are tasked with the responsibility of preparing permits with consultation from different designated agencies, and this includes some small fire agencies in Mendocino. And right now, there's a list of air agencies in the rules, and several of those agencies really don't have the capacity to produce and manage a smoke management permitting program. So we're going to go back through this list and have conversations in the future with in the next couple of months, which we'll talk about in our timeline, to talk with them about which fire districts are interested and still participating in this and which ones may not be ready for that. Next slide.
Thank you.
So also, and back to the non-ag permits. So this has all been about, the last few slides have been about ag permits. In other words, prescribed fire, larger permit, larger burns. Back to residential burning, CAL FIRE can also issue burn permits for non-ag burning in state responsibility areas. And they cover the items listed here that I showed here: stumps, logs, fallen timber, fallows. They have an online system that you can sign up for to pull one of these permits. What's important to note, though, is that even if someone receives one of these CAL FIRE burn permits, it doesn't take the place of the smoke permit, the smoke management permit that you would need basically from us, from the air district. We've noticed that there's some discrepancies in the permits that one would get from their online, the CAL FIRE online system. And we're hoping to improve that with some references to what we need to see happen and what would be good for controlling and containing smoke. So yeah, so they also do the permitting for the non-ag as well in some cases. Okay, but the local fire agencies don't have that similar authority that CAL FIRE does in the residential burning context for the purposes of smoke. Okay, 11, next slide. So after kind of giving you the lay of the land, I wanted to let you know about the recommendations I've made to the district about these rules. So after taking a close look at Rule 2, there are several improvements that can be made. The rule has had several layers of amendments done. And when that happens, sometimes you lose the structural content, you lose continuity. And so one of the things I have recommended is that we revamp the organization of the rule into a section on ag burning and non-ag burning, that we clarify the role of fire agencies, that we include a clear distinction between ag burning and larger residential burn projects, that we get more clarification on that, which I go into in our memo, and updating the fee structure. This is important because right now the fee structure is not adequately covering the costs to the district relating to the management of the program. So some type of fee study will probably be necessary in order to understand the costs associated there. And then there are some sections that of this code that are rarely, if ever, used, according to the staff I talked with, and that relates to the multiple site permit process, and it doesn't afford the district any administrative benefit. So there are some things that we'll suggest to remove as well. I think at this point, if we go to slide 12, I'm going to, I think, turn it back over.
Yeah.
To you, if you want to go to slide 12, I think.
Yeah, I'm actually going to 13.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So, so getting back to, let's see, I guess this is a report on the direction that the board gave the air pollution control officer to streamline our procedures and processes in support of vegetation management projects, and which we all know are desperately needed to reduce the fuel load. So the things we've done already are we now have an online air quality burn permit application, payment, and issuance system. So any member of the public can apply online, make a payment, print their burn permit at home without having to come to our office and perhaps drive a long distance. Additionally, we are now using a database called PFERS, stands for Prescribed Fire Incident Reporting System. And that is a statewide database for land managers, fire agencies, and air district personnel to communicate on smoke management plans and ignition requests. It's possible to submit an application for us to review it, approve it, or ask for additional information. Additionally, the applicant can, once the smoke management plan is approved, they could, again, through the PFERS database, request ignition permission to ignite on certain dates. I also would like to point out that the PFERS database, the front page of it is a public page which shows the state and all entered prescribed burns on a particular day. So that's really a great way for the public who may experience a smoke impact and wonder what's going on to get a sense of whether there's a prescribed burn in the area or not. So it's a good public tool. And then the third thing that we've done recently is set up an app for email notifications so that somebody with a smoke management plan can request approval for an ignition request of our staff, basically by pressing a link. And our staff can respond, approve or approve the ignition request, or communicate with the landowner or land manager. And this is, we can do this remotely 24/7. So we feel that this is advantageous to the public in terms of access. And now going forward, and I know that, there are 2 new board members, and I'm not quite sure. Well, let me just say that the last board gave the air pollution control officer direction to interact with fire agencies on certain topics. And this slide is kind of a recitation of what we've been talking about with an ad hoc, which used to be composed by Ted Williams and John McGowan. I'm not sure what's going on now. So I'm asking for, I guess I would say, the new board direction. I'm not sure when this came up in, I think, 2019. The direction to the air pollution control officer was a unanimous vote, and now we have 2 new supervisors. So I just want to acknowledge that and kind of catch you up, I guess I would say. And I'm asking for direction from the current board. So these are the action items in planned. I want to circulate a revision of Regulation 2 among district staff prior to outreaching to stakeholders. This will include distinctions between agricultural and non-agricultural burning and reflect the legal differences of authority to better align our regulation with state law. If it is still the district board's direction, air quality staff will meet with those local fire agencies who issue burn permits to investigate which agencies are capable of and interested in permitting with the district. Additionally, we plan to meet with CAL FIRE, MEU chief, upper management, to investigate the most efficient burn permitting process allowed under state law to best serve the community and preserve both agencies' authorities and mandates. Then one of the portions of the directive to the air pollution control officer was to investigate the feasibility of a uniform burn permitting and payment model in Mendocino County to best serve the community and the air district and the fire agencies. And I am suggesting here that a dual agency burn permits may be the most effective and efficient way to approach that possibility. And then, if it's still the district board's direction, explore other important residential burning issues at upcoming stakeholder workshops in order to update our regulation to reflect best practices for reducing fuel loads. Thank you.
Definitely looking for any questions you might have. Anyone interested in? I know it's the end of the day.
I know.
Maybe you could drop your screen. Yeah, thank you. So Supervisor Williams, you're the remaining half of the ad hoc committee, so maybe you could speak up a little bit here.
I'd sure like somebody to join me, because we did have efforts underway that stalled a little for various reasons. My personal take is for the small burns, it's benefiting fuel reduction, and we want to make it as easy as possible. If you live in Mendocino County and you're not an outlaw, you probably just aren't aware of how many laws there are in the books. And I think there are a lot of people who may have an air quality permit, or they may have a burn permit. They may not have both burn permits they need. It's inherently complex, and I think Barbara would point back at state law that this is just an incredibly complex dynamic. And I know that there's been friction between some of the fire agencies and air quality. I think we should try to mitigate that, and probably the best way is to have an open meeting, maybe even do it under a standing committee, but start talking about the issues and how we can collaborate, and with the recognition that we don't have total authority here. There is a lot of state code that tells us what we're allowed to do and how we're allowed to do it.
Supervisor McGordy.
Well, Supervisor Williams, I join up with you since this is really right up my alley with ag burning. There's also the impact on wine grapes, which is something that we have to be careful about, although most of that happens later in the year when things are closer to harvest and no one's control burning. It's forest fires and wildland fires. But it's really clear that fire is an important tool for vegetation management, and we have a long history here in Mendocino County of that, going back to the pre-European arrival. The Native Americans used it extensively for managing the landscape, and it was very important in keeping their resources in good shape. And moving forward into more recently, in 1952, the Hopland Field Station was established to look at not only a place to raise sheep, but also look at vegetation management to improve watersheds. And it's really clear that it has a positive impact on keeping vegetation from getting what we call senescent, which means that it's just basically old and isn't growing very actively, isn't providing good feed, but makes a heck of a fire. And that's what we sort of want to avoid. So with all of the extraordinary wildland fires that we've had in the past 5 years, there's compelling reason to continue to burn. And we stopped burning kind of because of CARB. It got to where air quality is so challenged in California that people didn't want control burns. And now we can see that having a control burn is probably a lot better than having a wildfire burn where the air quality gets so bad that no one can go outside. We really don't want that. So that's why I think that we have a real need here to change the landscape as climate changes and manage it in a way that keeps things from getting really out of hand if we do get a fire. So, and I realize it's complex because right now, when I step outside, I'm smelling the smoke from my neighbor up the street who's getting rid of some old vines on his vineyard, and it does have an impact, and it is very noticeable. And I'm sure Barbara gets a lot of calls when we're doing ag burning for a variety of reasons, and it's important that we have real clear guidelines and that it's clearly sanctioned. That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So, out of those recommendations that you had, those 4 to meet with CAL FIRE, to meet with the local fire districts, and the idea is to meet with them to talk about the change, your recommendations about increased permit fees and the half-acre limitation, those kind of things, and to streamline this process for permitting. I'm trying to figure out how it all fits together and what we're being asked today.
Would you like me to answer that, Barbara, or?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. So Rule 2, like I was saying, it needs a general overhaul, but those aren't necessarily things that the community cares about, like how a rule is organized, right? But there are some specific things in the rule that we may want to get some input on, and that really has to do with the line between residential burning and ag burning in terms of, do you want to, where we're going to define residential burning. In the state law, it says 1 to 2 family dwelling unit. Okay, it's very broad, right? I mean, it doesn't give a, and then in smoke management plans, it's anything over 10 acres. And so there's this space, but for anything under 10 acres, where do we draw the line between we want someone to apply through the smoke management plan program versus somebody who wants to do a residential burn permit? Because it's a little bit more work to do the smoke management plan. And so it's figuring out where we're going to draw the line between residential and smoke management plan, residential burn permit and smoke management plan. So that's one of the things we want to talk about. Another thing we really want to talk about is which fire agencies have the capacity to do smoke work. I mean, right now they can issue burn permits if they've set something up through their own fire agency. So the fire agency has to approve activity through their own board. They have their own section of state law that gives them the authority to issue burn permits. So they need to go through and make sure that they've got that in line for themselves and they're not relying on the air district for that authority, because we can't give that to them. So that's something we just want to go over with some of the smaller fire agencies, make sure everything's okay, and find out if they're really even interested and to what degree they're interested in doing these permits. So there are at least 3 that are very large fire districts that we have good relationships with that, you know, clearly they're capable, but then some of them, you know, may need some help. So that's the second thing. And then the third thing is really working with CAL FIRE. I mean, really getting input from CAL FIRE about whether we can work together. The other changes to the rule are fairly minor.
Supervisor Williams? You're muted.
Sorry, I had brought this up previously, but I didn't like the answer, so I'm going to ask again. I think what our residents want is a single application for the residential burns. And it doesn't matter if it's to 2 different or 3 different agencies, right, but one form to fill out, whether paper or electronic. And I'm curious, would my director colleagues support the idea of researching whether we could categorically issue permits with, say, a checkbox on property tax? And I would say categorically, if the parcel is large enough, we shouldn't be doing that if it's a small city lot or unincorporated city size lot. But, you know, any parcel that's 10 acres or up, why are we putting people through this process to get the permits? I don't know that we're adding any safety, and there's a cost on our side. Why not just have a checkbox on their property tax that they check and we issue a burn permit every year for residential size, and we send them in the instructions on what's allowed and what precautions to take?
Well, I don't believe the county is authorized to issue burn permits.
Yeah, that does. We would have to go through the air district. So that is something that the air district has the jurisdiction over. So perhaps a different tool besides the property assessment or something else that would be mailed out. Director Williams, other than something that's comes from the county, it would need to be a different type of a mailing. I think that there is definitely an opportunity to consolidate permitting and to look at ways for someone who wants to get a permit to consolidate. We have been looking at, you know, software that would allow for us to communicate on the backside with the fire agency and allow us to work it out. And then they would get one consolidated permit that would cover both smoke and fire. And so we've started those discussions, and we were planning on continuing to work on that. In terms of the way that state law is set up, it's essentially, if you look in the non-ag burning section, there is, you know, it does apply to air districts, that section. So, but I do think that there's a way to definitely to consolidate the permitting and to make, like we said, work on the software side and look at, and we have been looking at that and we'll continue to investigate that with our fire agency partners to see what they might be interested in doing or capable of doing together.
Well, just as a follow-up to Supervisor Williams' comment, it's not uncommon for an agency that has a mailing to allow sister agencies and other groups to participate in that mailing. So for example, City of Fort Bragg water bill, because it goes out to everybody who has a water account, will have information either from a nonprofit or another government agency that needs to communicate to the residents. The County of Mendocino recently sent out, I think a year ago, a survey that the Broadband Alliance had to understand internet service throughout the county to try to get more information about internet connectivity throughout the county. So maybe it's a matter of semantics, but I mean, just because the mailing for the property tax is administered by the County of Mendocino's Treasurer's Office, I don't know why the Air District could not have something as described by Supervisor Williams that's included in the mailing.
Right. No, I think I said that. I think I said that it could be a separate mailing. It just wouldn't be a box on your form from your treasurer, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I mean, you can consolidate mailings. You could put together things. If you're interested in having or doing joint mailings with the district, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that could be something that you even do in conjunction with the fire agencies as well. And ask and we could get some input from the fire agencies when we have our discussions with them to see what, how they would think about maybe joining into some mailings as well. So we could do joint mailings and all sorts of different kinds.
So perhaps the action here is to appoint Supervisor McGordy to fill Supervisor McCallan's spot on the ad hoc, and then direct the ad hoc to come back with recommendations on how to streamline the permitting process.
That sounds great. Would you also like to continue the district to continue updating Rule 2? I assume that you would like to update Rule 2 as well.
I support it, Chair.
Okay. That sounded a bit like a motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do. And can you please repeat the motion?
The motion was to appoint Supervisor or Director McGordy to serve on the ad hoc, and direct the ad hoc to come back with recommendations on streamlining permitting and an update with air quality management staff on Rule 2.
And Supervisor Williams, that to clarify, that would be air quality burn permitting?
Yes. Is that?
Rule 2.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we can now go to public comment.
On the line, we have Devin Jones.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Board. Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. And I'm appreciative to see this item come back before you today. There are a few components of it that I think are very critically important, and I am going to apologize. I literally just got back into the office from a doctor's appointment, so I did not hear the conversation. But we do encourage the continued collaboration by the Air Quality Management District and the local and state fire agencies to continue to try to streamline the process for both burn permits and smoke management plans. Both of these elements are critical to the agricultural sector of the county and for, potentially expanding into some of the controlled burning for fire suppression or fire prevention, I should say, in the future. The current system still seems fairly overly complicated, and there should be ways of improving the permitting processes, especially via online platforms. I have talked to several members as of late who have had challenges with dealing with proper applications for smoke management plans and knowing when they can and cannot burn. So I think if we can continue, like other systems throughout the county, to upgrade those online abilities, that would be much preferred. And we do welcome the opportunity to continue to work with the district and during the upcoming stakeholder outreach to discuss the process and also to discuss the proposed fee increases. We did see that was being brought forward as potential conversation. So both of those components, we would like to continue to have those conversations with the district and the board as they move forward. Thank you so much.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, all right. Well, we do have a motion on the table. Can you conduct the roll?
Sure.
Oh, go ahead, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I support Supervisor Williams and McGorty working on this project. I think it is incredibly important to bring in the stakeholders as you have these conversations, the fire safe councils, the public, those that do have burn permits. So I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of information go out to the public about how they can participate in these.
How do you want to give us any direction on how you want that to work? Just the typical 2-week notice, do it as a Zoom and record the session?
That'd be great. Thank you.
Supervisor Hashak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just a quick question for Mo. So who do you see as some important stakeholders, Mo? I mean, Supervisor Mulhern.
Sure. Our local fire districts, CAL FIRE, Farm Bureau. We know that we have large property holders. For instance, in my district in the Western Hills, we have large property holders that burn on a regular basis. I think that having all of those folks in on these conversations is going to be really important to have a program that's widely accepted and used by the community.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the last time we talked about this, I guess it was in 2019, has there been discussions with those stakeholders during that time period?
So there's a new group that is coming along, which is burn associations, which are being organized by some of the UC fire safety advisors. And we have one assigned to us, Lenya Quinn Davidson, and they're active in Humboldt County. I don't believe that they've pulled any permits here yet in Mendocino, but they're kind of on the horizon. And these are actually landowners that work collaboratively, and they're trained to set fire to part of their property to control things not only like, but well, primarily annual vegetation to get rid of some noxious weeds that affect pastures, and they also are controlling Douglas fir invasion into oak woodlands, which is a problem in Humboldt County. But I see them as a new group that probably hasn't been on the scene in the past. Barbara might be able to talk a little bit about it. She probably would have direct contact if there are any people doing that.
Yeah, so Air District staff has actually presented at land manager ag burning conferences at UC Hopland in the past about smoke management plans. So we have interacted with that group. Also, we've issued approximately 1,000. Just I want to assure the board, it is not that we are not against burning in any way. I mean, we've issued 1,000 burn permits in the last few months, 50 new smoke management plans. We've authorized approximately 200 smoke management plan ignitions, probably representing 600 burn days. So just to make sure you understand that the district is supportive of prescribed burns.
Well,
yes.
Director Hashak.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jurdy. I guess what I'm trying to ask is that we met in 2019 and we had these plans to go meet with the local fire districts and the CAL FIRE and to try to work these problems out. Have those meetings not happened yet, or why are we still in the same position we are in 2 years later? It seems.
If I may, through the chair.
Yeah.
Well, we had, I think, 1 or 2 meetings with the ad hoc. We attempted to schedule a meeting with CAL FIRE that didn't happen in the fall of 2019. There was really a lack of response to an invitation. And, other than that, I have gone to Fire Safe Council meetings and a couple of open county fire chief association meetings.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, now perhaps we can conduct the roll.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other comments regarding the Air District, we only had one other item on our board meeting, and that was legislative update. For this meeting, there's no legislative update. So with that, it looks like we can conclude today's meeting at 4:31. So see you all next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.